Okay, thank you, everybody. 10 o'clock, so we'll try to get started on time and try to end on time today because I'll remind you we're being broadcast live on the web and the meeting will be preserved on YouTube. And those who are tuning in need to know we're starting on time, so hello. And welcome back to all of you for coming back. I appreciate your time that you have spent on this, both in reviewing the detailed and substantive public comments that we received and your commitment to coming back to Austin today. I know this is a difficult time of the semester to be taking off and canceling a class, and I really appreciate your efforts in doing this. It means a lot to us, and I think that it's going to mean a lot to the people that spent a great deal of time and thought and effort to send us their public comments. We got some very detailed and thoughtful comments, and I'm glad that we're able to come back today to give them the attention that they all deserve. And I want to make sure that the people who did write in on our public comments are aware that we gave it our full attention. So we'll be talking about all these issues today as they come up. Because we're being broadcast, remember that you've got your microphone and that hit the little button to turn your microphone on where it's red, and then make sure also that you turn it off when you're not speaking, and that'll help everybody out in the booth. Let's see, with that also, we have lunch coming in today for those of you who wanted to participate in our little deli lunch from Jason's Deli. I appreciate that. If you would go ahead and do that now, take your $10 and put it in the envelope that's there. And my worthy constituent, Christina Kelly, here will collect the envelopes. If you could pass them down to the ends of the tables, that would save her a step. I appreciate that, and make sure you keep your receipt if you want it for, so you can take this off your taxes. Aha! There you go. Take a sandwich off your taxes. Those of you who are itemizing, which is harder this year, I hear. Okay, so this time I do not have a PowerPoint presentation. I do not have to introduce field of study. We do not have to go around the room and introduce ourselves unless you'd like to. So we can get straight to the business at hand. The first order of business is to consider the meeting notes. I sent those all to you. I hope you had a chance to look at them, not only so that you can send me any corrections here and that we can all approve it, but also it's a great way to remind you the issues that we talked about last time, what our priorities were, what the lines of thinking were, and hopefully that can inform our discussion today. So did anybody have any corrections or amendments to the meeting notes that our Secretary Allison Frost so dutifully and thoroughly helped put together for us? Mm-hmm.
On page 4, number 2, it stated that what did it state? I said, I'm not in the right page here, but what I want to make sure that it's clear that my response regarding theater history courses is that our theater history courses are upper level. And that we do not support them being at the lower level. That was my comment, and I'm not sure if it was reflected correctly or not.
Okay, thank you. I'll make the change.
There's just a list of
Okay, so television production should read Introduction to film video production. Okay. Did we have a list of classes at UTRGV? Can you tell me where that is in the minutes? Okay, thank you. Okay, any other changes to the minutes? Would someone like to make a motion to approve them as amended?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor of approving as amended, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right.
Okay, then we'll move to discussion item 3, the main event, discussing the public comments.
Let me get this pulled up real quick. So I think in talking with Kevin and Alan, the best course of action would be to go through the comments to the action items that we voted on electronically on and discuss them that way rather than hashing through comments. So the first one would be on, looks like page 4, number A, have the field of study apply to both BA and BFA. At some point since we met in the fall, Alan emailed some questions from some of the coordinating board members to Kevin and I to articulate the thoughts behind the BA, the field of study being only for the BA and not the BFA. So if there are people who want to comment either direction on that, we can go with that. We'll start with that. So discussion on why the BA and the BFA should have separate field of studies. That's what we voted on the last time. So that's open up for comments on that.
The basic question that came up in addition to the public comments here at the coordinating board was, well, where's the field of study for the BFA programs? Can the field of study for the BA programs also serve as the field of study for BFA programs? Or are those programs so substantively different? Why is a field of study not appropriate for that? Because we want to try to help as many transfer students as we can, and those students who are transferring in BFA programs would be nice if they could take advantage of all the things that the field of study offers them as well. If a BFA is a program that happens primarily at the junior and senior level, if you have to apply to get into a BFA program, for example, as a junior, then does it matter what courses you take at the lower division? And if it does matter, then could there be a field of study for BFA programs, or should there be? And if so, do we need a separate track for BFA programs, or could the field of study that we're approving here also serve for both? There's no predetermined answer for this. We're not fishing for a certain answer for this. We just wanted to bring the issue back to the committee for some clarification on whether or not a BFA program could and should have a field of study.
I think there could be concern, and I'm not saying it's necessarily in our university, but there could be concerns in certain BFA plans that may require them to not have certain courses in order to meet the number of hours required for accreditation purposes in those BFAs. That's the only thing I could think of, maybe. And there may be one or two of those courses that may have to be excluded to get all the hours in as required.
Okay. Other comments? Yeah.
I think there are really two issues here. One is that a number of BFA programs admit students as freshmen, and a number of BFA students do not, and will hold auditions sophomore or junior year. The other question that I had was going back to something that we had discussed last time in terms of various tracks, and I'm wondering if we could have hypothetically, and I haven't thought this out, if we could hypothetically have a performance track BA / BFA performance field of study, and the same thing for tech design, maybe the same thing for stage management, something like that, that would have a roughly equal playing field that way. But I think it's a really, really complicated issue, and I don't have an answer. I've got more questions than I have answers.
For those of you who have BFAs, let me ask, how many hours in your BFA is 1,000 and 2,000 level? Because for me, that's where the issue, a big part of the issue lies. Because if we had a field of study, if this field of study was to apply to the BFA, you would essentially are saying you can only have 22 hours in the lower level for the BFA. And I think the ones I've looked at, there are more than 22 hours in the lower. So that would create a bunch of issues. Karen?
Well, I just wanted to make a comment. I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but I do want to bring up the reason that music had that in there, specifically that they could require them to take a lower level class, was to fit their BFA program. So, for example, when UT makes the comments about that performance study class, I'm not sure if I've got it right, if we had that in there, that a transfer for BFA was allowed to take additional hours, I think that would help satisfy some of the BFA, because music does it in order to help satisfy BFAs at their programs. If we remember, there's that codicil in theirs that says it allows them to make those students take some lower level classes in order to fit their program. And that's the reason why, because we all know the arts were very complex and very diverse, and that's one of the reasons.
Okay. Andrew? Did you hit them?
Oh, speaking of UT, I'm not sure how, to Richard's point, we only accept BFAs at the freshman level at this point. And so the transfer option is not part of our BFA program right now. And the curriculum is substantially different from the beginning. So for instance, a BA student majoring in some kind of take one acting class in the first 2 semesters, one in, acting 1 in the fall, acting 2 in the spring, whereas a BFA would take acting, voice, and movement in each of those. So the hurdle is pretty significant in terms of curriculum right off the bat, and it isn't something that at this point the core acting faculty they want to develop that from the beginning. So I'm not sure how relevant that information is to the discussion, but the curriculum is different, and because it is a freshman-only program, I think there are a couple of barriers there.
This is really my point, because we don't accept anyone into the BFA program until sophomore spring. And we want to give students an opportunity to show us what they have, and what they can do once they've had some training, and we want to be able to make a decision on a student's progress, independent of what we saw in a 2-minute audition when they first auditioned. Did they get better? We don't want to be a cut program and so on. So this is really my point. Not that I think your program does it wrong, but that your program works for you and our program works for us.
Bill?
From our standpoint, I don't think it's as much a matter of how many hours there are, but what is in those hours. And our curriculum is structured so that it prepares them for the advanced courses within the BFA program. And our concern is that unless they have that requisite information, those skills, then they are not going to be successful at the upper division courses. And that's our concern. Our concern is not to put the student at a disadvantage, not having the information, the skills that they need to succeed at the upper division.
Gotcha.
Are those skills available in the existing ACGM courses?
In a combination of those courses.
Yeah, Dan?
It sounds to me like if a student went to any four-year as a BFA student, they would have fits transferring to another four-year because the BFA programs are so specialized. And I don't really want to be dictating a specialized program, whereas the BA is a general program. So I think they're really apples and oranges. They're not the same thing. Oh, they're taught in the same departments, and they're taught by the same faculty, but the emphasis and the end result is a different aim. So to try to find a field of study that fit all, we could be picking and choosing classes for the next 30 years and never find it.
Right.
So I think we have to keep them separate in terms of field of study. The BA is the BA, and the BFA is not a BA, no matter how you slice it.
And I would guess if we did try to consider a BFA field of study, you would most definitely would have to go with tracks. Would that, which, yeah.
But even then,
Even, yeah, I think it's
you know,
limited.
if there was a consensus what a BFA program is among every single four-year, that would be one thing. But we've got all these four years and all these BFAs, and there is not the same thing anywhere. Oh, it may be called the same thing, but the emphasis is different.
Melissa?
Isn't this why we decided against tracks last time?
twice.
Because of that? Yeah.
Twice.
I mean, that was the whole argument last time.
So any other comments on the field of study applying to both BA and BFA? Anyone else want to speak? Oh, yeah, Richard.
I just had a question. Are we talking about the BFA not having a field of study, or are we talking about the BFA having a fundamentally different field of study?
What we decided last time was that the BFA, that this body would not, this body feels like a BFA field of study is not a good idea.
Well, I feel like a BA field of study is not a good idea, but
True. Fair.
and I suspect that there may be some people in the room who agree with me, but I'm not sure that. Do I think BFAs ought to have a field of study? No. Do I think that BAs ought to have a field of study? Well, frankly, no. But we're sort of bound to come up with something, as if I understand our mandate appropriately.
Want to weigh in on that? Or?
Yes, drama does need a field of study, and this committee can come up with one. The question is, can the field of study, and maybe this is a question for the end of the meeting, not for the beginning of the meeting, can the field of study for drama also serve those students who are transferring into BFA programs? And if it could, with some adjustments, then we can consider making those adjustments, and then those students will have a guaranteed path for transfer if they're interested in BFAs. On the other hand, if those courses are, as Daniel says, impossible to predict, and there's too much variation across programs, et cetera, and it would be a disservice to students, then that's something that this committee can decide as well. We're just putting the question out there. But perhaps it would be a good idea to revisit it at the end when we have something close to a firm revised field of study, or we decide to stick with what we already have, to then take up the question again of what if this were a field of study for the BFA program students? What would be gained, what would be lost with that?
Bill?
Does the state mandate require that every discipline have a field of study, or that every degree have a field of study?
We're aiming for having fields of study for the top 50 transfer majors, the top 50 programs. I don't know how many transfer students there are in BFA drama programs. If it's a dozen a year across the state, I mean, how many transfer students do you have in your BFA programs each year?
Not many. Yeah.
None? Handful? If it's a handful of students, then I think we don't need a field of study. It's not worth the state's time and the committee's time to hammer something together that's only going to affect 4 or 5 students. So that's kind of the way we look at it. But for the advantage of those 4 or 5 students, it would be nice if they had a field of study that they knew would transfer. So if it's possible, let's do it. If it's not possible, if the degree of difficulty and the problems that it would bring to 4-year institutions greatly outweigh the benefit for a small handful number of students, then we don't need to have one.
Melissa?
I'd like to know how many universities here that have a BFA accept transfer students into their BFA, even allow it, because I know you said you don't. So who does? Yeah, you do accept them?
Sort of. That is to say that they can apply into the BFA after they've already been accepted into the regular program. I've been at SFA for 18 years. I think I've seen 2 BFAs who are transfers.
We only accept by audition and interview and GPA and all that.
We do as well, but and again, as Alan alluded, we have very, very few transfers that even request to be transferred into the BFA program. And what we've done is we have handled them on a case-by-case basis. And as the coordinating board's own documents show, we've done extremely well in terms of getting the students in and getting them out in an efficient manner of time. So I think that no more students than we're talking about. I really do think it could be handled on an individual basis rather than, a program that tries to apply to all.
So if a student at a 2-year institution got the field of study rather than an associate's in arts, which would be better for transferring into a BFA program? 12 hours of theater plus all of their core, or the existing, or the field of study that we've proposed for the BAs? Well, 12 is required for the degree by the state, and then each individual college has some additional hours to play with. They can be made into anything, or they can be specified into theater. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So knowing, if we assume that the field of study only applies to BAs, but someone has completed the field of study and is applying to your BFA program, is it better that they have taken 22 hours in theater and still have core classes to complete, or that they've completed all of their core and all they're taking for the next years there are theater classes?
The problem you have with that, completing your core, is that in terms of scheduling, a lot of the courses that they would need then for the degree are scheduled in such a way that one precludes the other. And by the very nature, what you're doing is in a sense, extending the student's stay there. The way that at least our curriculum is designed is that the core is interspersed within the major requirements so that they don't end up only needing the major requirements at the end or only needing the core at the end. So it really is kind of a mixture that we're looking for, that we look for.
So even though the actual classes maybe in the field of study don't work perfectly with the BFA, they don't, it's still a better choice than the associate's degree, as it's laid out right now. If we were going to tell a student who wanted to transfer to Texas State eventually, this is the plan to follow, or this is the plan to follow, would we tell them to get an associate's, or would we tell them to get a field of study, or would we tell them what?
Of those choices, I would say the field of study. But again, I don't know that the field of study is necessarily going to serve them well. And again, two of our concentrations are audition only at the freshman level. And they have to audition in high school to get in.
Right.
The others are at the end of the sophomore year. And so it really does, again, put them, in many cases, at a disadvantage, having, a prescribed set of courses at the upper division. Whereas what we've done is we have looked, informally, we have looked at what they have, what they ask them to come in with, and we have then chosen where that applies on an individual basis rather than an institutional basis,
Right.
to best serve that student in terms of being admitted to the program and succeeding in the program. Don't know that answers your question, but that has been our process.
Well, our AA programs sound like they might be very different from each other as well, because we have 18 hours. For an AA in drama at our institutions, it's 18 hours in drama, plus 42-hour core. Now, I know that our Alamo Colleges just did a transfer agreement with Texas State, and it is pretty limited on what will transfer on an institution basis. So it's being done, but it's very limited. I don't know that students are able to then negotiate some of their other courses once they're there, but that official transfer guide is fairly limited for Texas State.
Any other comments? Yeah, Andrew?
Only to say that it depends on the BFA focus area, because not all BFA focus areas are taking the same courses. In the design tech area, if some of these courses were taken, they could apply, I guess, for a few electives, but they don't necessarily satisfy what the course requirements are for sequence in the BFA design area or in the musical theater area. While they would apply probably all of them to the BFA performance area.
Right, and if there is a field of study for it, then you cannot require any other additional lower levels. So that would be a big roadblock then. Right?
Could be.
Yeah.
Not roadblock, it's just that they would have to take more courses.
Right, but you can't require them to take more courses.
No.
Right.
Right.
Unless we go to what Karen said that music has, but I seem to remember there was a conversation about that you chimed in on that
I believe what it was, that it kind of was counterproductive to what a field of study was, but I'm looking at it again, and and it seems to me that, the fact that it says, oops, sorry, I broke my thing. Completion of the field of study curriculum shall not prevent a receiving institution from requiring additional lower division courses that may be necessary for specific degree programs. Music does that specifically because of, if you have specifically costume design and, or they're going to study acting Meisner only, or jazz studies, for example, there are jazz studies, performance, composition. In a way, theater is like music in that we're training artists and designers, and there are specific things that are specific to tracks, as we talked about, especially with the BFA.
well, Kevin and then Melissa.
I just have one concern that I just thought of, is that sometimes our core classes don't transfer. And so if someone is doing a field of study but then applying to the BFA, and there's nothing that states that the core classes that they took, even while they were satisfying the field of study, those may not transfer as core to that university either.
You're talking about the 42-hour core?
I'm talking about the 42-hour core.
If it fits
But they're
within the
not core
component area-
complete if they're taking the field of study. And if they transfer with a field of study that doesn't apply to that school, then do their core hours that they took with that field of study apply still as transfer? This might be a co-board question.
If it was taken within that component area, my understanding is it has to transfer.
No. Only if you're core complete.
Deborah?
But I think that our individual institutions at the two-year level, as long as they hit that 60 hours, we can award them an associate's degree, right? Which automatically, yeah?
Depends if they're hit all the categories.
They don't have to be, you do not have to be core complete in order to get the Associates of Arts. To get an AA, you do not have to be core complete, right? Which can change some things, because then when they go in with the AA, if they accept the degree, they have to accept those cores.
Melissa, then Deborah.
Well, I mean, there is a solution to that too within your own institution. I mean, I've thought a lot about this in our institution, and they're about to open up our, the 90 area of the core for us. So that, I mean, I think our students can finish with the 22 hours and core complete, depending on how the courses are satisfy. I mean, they can satisfy two areas, right? They can satisfy the field of study and the 90 in the core. So I think that's an option that we could definitely create a 61-hour degree. That is, I mean, at your institution. You'd have to do this within your own institution, but that would include the 24 hours of theater. I mean, 22 hours of drama courses plus the core, because part of those drama courses would be part of the core.
Right. Deborah? Okay.
I think there's one other possibility, and that is simply to have a student not get an AA at all, and it is possible for someone to go through or not get that degree at the original institution and transfer back from transfer back from a four-year institution to get the AA if that's what they want to do. I mean, and I think that is problematic in some ways, but it also solves some problems in some ways. Because frankly, I can't think of a whole lot of jobs that say we want you to have an associate's degree in theater. We want the skill set. That's a different thing.
Dan, and then Melissa.
Well, the big problem with that is the fact that unlike the 4 years, we are funded on quality points, and my administration would laugh at me if I said, I don't want my kids to be either core complete or field of study complete or get an AA so that we don't get any quality points, because that is a large portion of our funding.
I completely understand that, and
that would give them another excuse to say theater's an expensive hobby.
I understand.
Basically, I was about to say the exact same thing. Our administration would never allow us to promote a program that we say, we don't want you to finish. We want you to get a few classes and transfer. We always encourage our students to finish with us because of what you said. But the other thing, too, is, I mean, I think we're all aware that there's no industry for AA and theater, which is why we consider ourselves primarily transfer programs, that programs we encourage our students to transfer, because, yeah, you're right. We understand there's no work, but the reason we need it is because of what we just said.
Sure. So the question before us is, have this one field of study apply to both BA and BFA? And I think we've kind of talked that pretty well. At the end of today, we can come back and discuss further, should we try to create a separate field of study for BFA? But unless there's more discussion on that specific point, have the field of study apply to both BA and BFA programs. Unless there's more discussion on that, I think we can, yeah, Peter?
For this discussion at the end, is this things that haven't voted for?
Yes. When we talked with Alan beforehand, those action items come from public comment, and we want to make sure that the people who made those comments, that we consider them thoroughly here. So it's the thought there. So for a point of order, since this is coming out of comment, do we need a motion for these, or do we just vote directly on that?
I think, yeah, what we did for the online poll is non-binding since we all came back together. So I think any motion that you want to make to revisit these items is justified after discussion.
So then I guess the motion would be to have the field of study apply to both BA and BFA programs. So if someone wants to make some kind of motion similar to that, then we can take action on it. Well, the way we have to word it is have the field of study apply to both BA and BFA. A yes vote would be to support that, and a no vote would be to not support that.
Well, since we don't have a field of study yet, that might be a little premature. Perhaps that's a vote to take at the end when we have a draft field of study. Just a suggestion.
Okay. Yeah. So that makes sense. All right. Good. So we'll come back to A. How about that? Let me make it. What page is that? 4. All right. Good. All right. Let's go on down to the next page. B. So just to remember, we're looking at the proposed field of study that we agreed upon last time was acting 1, stagecraft 1, script analysis, and the new class script analysis, and then choose 3 from that menu for a total of 9 hours, and then 4 hours from either practicum 1 through 4 or academic 1 and 2. Further down the list is discussion as a point on the either or combination of 4 hours to practicum. So we'll get to that, but that's what we're dealing with. So the next item is removing Stagecraft 1, DROM 1330 from the list of options since it is required for all students taking the field of study. So that's our next point. I'm on page 5 of the public comments. Action item B, remove Stagecraft 1, Drama 1330 from the list of options since it's already required of all students taking the field of study.
I think that was just largely an oversight on our part. I think in our haste there at the end, I think we just overlooked the fact that we put in a course for an option that was already one of the required courses in the field of study. So I think it's just more of an error that people were catching in the document, if you all agree. I mean, it makes no sense to require that everyone take a course and then give it later as an option of one of 13 things you could do. So I think we can safely assume that that was just an error on my part or an error on our part when we approved the field of study. I should have caught that before it went out.
So should we vote on that real fast?
I don't, unless you think it's necessary. We could just remove
Removed. So removed.
Stagecraft 1 from the list of elective options.
Great. C, I'm on page 7 now. Reduce the number of options in the choose 3 category. This was, at our last meeting, we pretty much just put all the ACGM courses into that the ones that weren't required or were practicum, we put into that choose 3 category. And I think that was, in my opinion, largely in lieu of having tracks. You can create your own tracks within this, or it opens it wide up for a general kind of degree. Any discussion on C? James?
It might make sense to move this question further down, because I know one of the questions that's coming up is like, do we take acting 3 out? The number of options may change as we discuss other action items.
Right. That's a good point, because the histories in acting 3 specifically we're going to talk about here in a little bit. So and we can move. I'm good with talking about that later. Are we good? All right. Make a note. Come back to that. Come back to that. Okay. Wow, we're rocking along. D, add specific tracks to the field of study. We voted twice on this last time. Both lost. I think, in reading the public comments, I think a lot of people that made comments probably didn't take the time to watch 8 hours of YouTube and hear the conversation about it. But is there comment on specific tracks? Yeah.
Tracks that you see here on my.
Okay.
I think again, it kind of goes into the question. Problem with.
Okay.
Yeah, I was one of the people who voted against the idea of tracks, and I think I have reconsidered. Provided that there are a sufficient number of tracks that we can accommodate each other's programs. There are some BAs, some people in four-year schools here have a BA with an acting track or with a design track or whatever, and some don't. And I think we really need to be able to accommodate both of those. And that if institution A says we want a generalist BA and we want to have some specific requirements associated with that generalism, then we ought to accommodate that. And if institution B says we want to have a BA with an acting track, then I think we ought to accommodate that also.
Okay. Deborah?
I've always been firmly in favor of the tracks, and I'm even more so now I can tell you, at least at my institution, it is becoming more and more difficult for the faculty to actually have hands-on advisement with students. While they keep talking about direct faculty advisement, they keep transforming our advisors and putting more and more onus on them to understand what's necessary. So the more definitive we can make things, and other schools may end up going through the same growing pains, at least the bigger ones, where we see students when they're in our class but have a very difficult time at this point getting a hold of the ones who aren't, who will declare and then randomly show up in classes. And identify themselves as drama majors, but aren't actually, or even have it as an actual degree plan. But the more specific we can make things, so this is the acting track, or this is a technical track, or this is a generalist track, the less confusion there will be on the part of students. And as students take more and more into their own hands then, as we don't require any signatures for students to enroll, and they sit and do it all online, as the big thing is now, they really don't have any clue. And maybe that's just significant at my institution right now, but, you know, they've basically taken away any opportunity for us to actually have hands-on advisement unless the student is willing to do so.
Melissa?
I actually think the opposite would be true for us, because creating those different, they would be different degrees. There would be different field of study degrees in each track. And I have a feeling that my administration would be up in arms over so many different degrees in an area, because they're so focused on doing these transfer agreements with all these universities. And I think for us, it might be easier to go to our advising program and give them our own tracks that we create internally, rather than having to officially get our curriculum review team to go through it, and then the district, and then having to include it in the transfer guides. And I kind of see it as an administrative nightmare in that way, because our institutions are so focused on those transfer guides right now, that multiple degrees would be much more difficult.
Karen and then Deborah.
I'm agreeing with Deborah on this, because at Panola, they're now coming up with a program where students go in, probably an idea to get rid of the advisors pretty much, and it's all becoming electronic. And if they hit a certain course, it goes, oh, you can't take this one. It's going to become intuitive through AI is what's going to happen. And if we don't have something specific, I mean, they don't even read to the end of a Canvas or Blackboard page. So, I mean, how the heck? I mean, it's going to have to be programmed into something, and that's exactly what Deborah's talking about, and that's probably where it's going.
Deborah, Russ, Melissa.
Would the field of study not override all of these individual articulation agreements? Do we even need to bother to have, I mean, that's part of the argument I've been making. Like, we don't need to have articulation agreements between this program and this program anymore if the field of study rolls forward. It's already set. So it actually is less work for the institution.
I think the merging of these two worlds is entirely possible, because we have this list of courses, choose these three, and if we have a kid coming in and they know they're an actor, then we tell them which three they need to take, and if they're tech focused, then we tell them which three they need to take. I mean, there's, like she was saying, you know, we can create the tracks ourselves at the ground level, you know, just as long as we set it up correctly with our college, I think.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, we've done that this year. We've created an enrollment guide for students that is with the advisors, and it's online. It's not, they don't have to come to us to get it. And we could certainly add to that and say, you want to study tech theater, you want to study design, whatever, and just create those advising guides, you know, for them. Because you're right, it is going more and more online. That's where they're getting their information. And thankfully, our administration is starting to realize that and allow us to create those guides. So it's kind of the same thing, only it's not an official, you know, instead of having those different degrees, one degree, different tracks internally.
Doesn't say Dan? Or?
Well, I think if we start, the argument I had against tracks was simply the fact that we start splitting hairs, and then we have one track acting, one track design. Oh, we need stage management. Oh, we need underwater theater. Oh, we need, and we end up with 75 tracks, and it's basically, you took one class different from everything else at our level. Now, at the four-year level, that's a completely different beastie.
Right.
You know, and so I'm thinking that if we maintain this, pick what you're interested in out of the bottom things, the student who is technically oriented will take the technical classes. And then they'll transfer to a program that pushes the technical in their area. The one that's performance will take the performance classes.
I think if we needed underwater theater, we'd need more ACGM courses, though. So,
I think it fits
in the co-op, yeah. Yeah, Andrew.
To echo that point, at UT, the BA has 6 different emphases, from drama, theater, youth, and community, to dramaturgy and theater history, to performance, to playwriting and directing, to technical theater, and to dance, So there is, I just wanted to put that point out, that even if there are these tracks, there would still be some management internally in the transferring, for instance, at our institution.
And I think that would get to your point of needing tracks, more tracks than the 3 we were initially considering, is what you were kind of getting at?
Yeah, I think I could stop at 4 total. One is a generalist, one in acting, one tech design, and one teacher cert. But I do think that someone who is interested in, say, teacher cert, really to go into a 1 or 2 person department, you'd better know something about acting, you'd better know something about carpentry, you'd better know something about sound, you'd better know something about lighting. There are a lot of courses there that, and we, for example, we have a fairly active teacher certification program. Probably 30%, that's a rough guess, of our majors are in teacher certification. Another 20% probably end up as teachers because they have the generalist degree that schools are like, oh, you have done some acting, but you also know how to hang and focus lights and program a soundboard. And I think that's really important. The problem that I have is not with the notion of courses transferring. The problem I have is that we require our students to have a broader base at the lower division level than the field of study will allow.
Okay.
And especially more, and we would also have a broader base, but also more focus to that base, so that some of the courses that are being proposed as the part of the field of study, we don't want to require, and we don't frankly want to accept as part of a lower division core.
So the action item D is add specific tracks to the field of study. I think this one, it lost twice. It's overwhelmingly against it. I think if we were to vote on it again, we would need to come back and say what those tracks would be. So I think it's kind of a 2-vote process.
Let me mention one thing about the teacher certification. There's another field of study committee that will be meeting again for their second meeting before long, Multidisciplinary Studies, which is the committee that decides the teaching certification fields of study. And they haven't proposed a separate track for generalist teacher cert, but they may when they come back for the second meeting, because there's pressure on them to create fields of study for those certification levels, the general certification, the K through 12s. So if you don't create a drama field of study for teacher certification, then the multidisciplinary studies may create one for you. I don't know for sure that they will, but they might take that up. So if you don't want to create one, you can also give them a recommendation of what you think it should be if they create one, or you could create one yourself, or you might be content that your general field of study provides a broad enough background at the lower division level to serve. Of course, most of the action for teaching certification classes still happens at the upper division. But in terms of the lower division courses, you might want to think about the teaching certification field of study if you feel like it needs to be different than the one that you're going to end up proposing. Because again, if you don't do it, somebody else may.
Peter?
One thing on the track line.
Push your mic, Peter.
One of the positives, I'm sorry. Perhaps a just a 6-hour, 3-hour plus one free elective. I know that the list is supposed to be a free elective system to go into tracks and everything, but it seems mostly that we're kind of stuck on maybe 1 or 2 courses. At least that's what happened when we were discussing the tracks in September, that we were kind of like, well, if we could just put this course in, then it would be okay. If we could just put this course in, which I think led to the discussion of tracks, which I suppose caused most of the confusion. But is there any possibility of, within the field of study, to have a 3-hour or 6-hour free choice between the 2 transferring institutions? But then I guess it goes back to agreements between the schools. I may be causing more problems. I may just shut up now. Thank you.
I'm not sure what you're saying, because the way the field of study, as we voted on it last fall, was that the 9 hours were free hours to pick from the courses we listed.
I guess this was just a discussion of all the courses within.
Right. Okay. Yep.
I think the freedom of having all of these choices allows for, departments that have 1 or 2 people shops to provide them with the courses that they're also able to teach, especially if there's some limitations. And I think that needs to be considered as we start to talk about tracks, because across the state of Texas, there may be departments that are only 1 or 2 people, and I represent one of those. So the more flexibility that we can have as colleges, the better, even if it comes to us internally making those tracks for students based on our advisement with them. I think that provides a lot more opportunity for us, and then working with specific four-year colleges to meet those needs or provide them with the best education possible to move forward as a transfer student.
And there's nothing that precludes a program from creating your own tracks out of the field of study, right? That's what you were saying, right, Melissa? Right? Yeah. Sure. Okay. Okay.
I think the point about flexibility is well taken. The flip side of that is that I don't think our degree program ought to be bound by what a 2-year college 400 miles away has the facilities to teach. And so I think there are complications there, and I don't want to sound like I'm coming off saying that the 2-year programs are incapable of providing those courses, but if you're in a 1 or 2 person department, the chances are that you're not good at everything, and we may need you to be good at what you're not good at. That's really complicated, but I hope you can figure out what I meant by that.
Deborah?
The issue of us creating our own tracks will become more problematic, because if there is a field of study published by the coordinating board, the institution can look at that and say, here's what the field of study is. When they do these electronic advising things, it's going to say, you can pick any of these. And if we happen to offer all the courses that are in that option list at some point, those students don't have to, the tracks, if we create them individually, are not binding to the students. So they could still take Introduction to Theater, the Introduction to Cinema, and some other intro class, and just decide, okay, I've completed it because the state of Texas says I've completed it, but they've not tracked anything. It doesn't help them to be taking 3 intro classes. So having individual fields of study where it would have to be manipulated ahead of time, then yes, it is requiring the students to do a little bit of extra hoop jumping at the beginning to figure out what they want to do. But there's also enough flexibility when we were talking about tracks before that they could do their first semester, even potentially first 2 semesters, and then go from there and get into the tracks, because some of the courses are just the required ones. But if the field of study by the state of, for the state of Texas says you have all of these options, then there's nothing binding the student to the tracks that you individually create unless you only offer these classes. And I can tell you, our institution is not going to be willing to cut courses out of our programs just simply so that students can only take 3 classes so that they can get the field of study.
Okay.
Are we talking about creating tracks and keeping the general?
If we were to vote to have tracks, I think general would be one of them,
Okay.
which is,
And we,
that
and we
was
as
what
an
we were talking about
institution
before.
could choose to offer only that one.
True.
Like, we wouldn't have to include the tracks. I could keep general, and that would be
right.
all we would offer.
Right. If you had a track in technical theater and an institution doesn't offer technical theater, they're under no obligation to offer that field of study.
And what if
They're
we
not
do
under
offer
an
the
obligation to
courses?
offer
Do
any
we
of the
have to
field of
offer the field of study? That's my question, because we offer all of these courses, and I don't know that I would necessarily want to deal with the tracks as official degrees, like for the reasons that I stated earlier.
Well, they don't have to be separate
So-
degrees. I mean, you can have a track and not have it be a separate degree. I mean, if you can be an English major and then focus in creative writing, or focus in history of literature, or focus in technical writing, but you're still an English major, the tracks are just fall within the major. They're like maybe you can get a certificate, but no, they don't have to be considered separate.
So we're talking about
degrees.
creating tracks within this one field of study,
Right.
and a student would choose a track based on the institution's offerings.
That's right. Right, that's a risk you run. If a student, well, what do you think, those of you at the four-year institutions? What if a student, now just say what if, okay, hypothetical situation. What if we made a separate track for technical theater and a separate track for acting and a separate track for general studies, okay? Let's say a student took, for the technical theater track, it was required that they, instead of having choose 3 of the 13 courses, right? We told them that they have to take Stagecraft 1, Stagecraft 2, an introduction to design, okay? Now, let's say you're at a university and that your university does not offer a technical theater track or a technical theater specialty. All you do is acting, okay? If that student then were to come in and they had not taken makeup, they had not taken acting 2, they hadn't taken acting 3, they hadn't taken history of the theater 1 and 2, okay? They took those design and tech theater courses. Would you be able to work with that student having completed the field of study and accept those courses, and would that serve as an adequate field of study for your acting program or your general studies program if a student came in with a technical theater choice? Now, keep in mind, they could already do that. What I just described is what this field of study already does. Okay? A student can choose to take those 3 technical courses and come into and transfer into your acting-only university program under this current field of study. Would that work for you?
I think it would need remediation. I mean, if a student came in with any 3 of these and wanted to come into our design track, we might have there would have to be some figuring out of how they're going to get, and some of that would become, I think, because some of our 3,000 classes have prereqs that are specified from the lower level, and if they don't have those prereqs, they would have to take those courses. Yeah, yeah. Bill?
I just have a question because I will confess not being all that informed about a lot of the two-year programs. But within the two-year programs, given that you have this institutional advising system, is there not opportunity for informal advising of the students if they know what they want to do, and you can basically say, this person's going to tell you this, but really what you need to do is Y?
Sure.
There is the opportunity to do that. However, it's not mandated or required. So students can go through the program without ever talking to us unless we strong-arm them as they leave a rehearsal or a class. There's no facility where, I have students who don't want to meet with faculty, who point blank said, the advisor and I are just fine. And it's like, more power to you. But they still, you know, in a beautiful world, in the best of worlds, we would all serve as their advisors. As much as the faculty at most institutions are like, we got enough crap to do. You know, in the best of all worlds, we would serve as their advisors, and then a lot of this would kind of disappear and go away because you would be able to make sure that the students had what they needed. I mean, that's the first question I do when I can get my hands on a student. Okay, what is it that you want to do, and where do you think you want to go? And you know what? That's probably not the best program for you to try to transfer to. But there's no guarantees anymore, the more we go online and electronic, that, you know, we're all being replaced, essentially, at least at the bigger two-year schools.
James?
Sure. Well, I was struck by your comment earlier, Deborah, that part of what we want to avoid is students who generalize too much, just take all the intro classes. Might another way to approach this problem be to not think in terms of tracks, but to divide up our choice of 3 into choice of one lower level, like one 1,000 level, one 2,000 level, and then one more from the 1,000 or the 2,000 level? Would that be another way to approach the problem that would help our students and not tie anyone's hands?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about that, so I'll come back to.
I wanted to address Alan's hypothetical question, and I guess with two questions. One of them is, what is that student who took nothing but tech courses doing at an acting-only four-year school?
Yes.
Seriously, I mean, this is where advising comes in, and this is where the student's own initiative comes in, and I think we ought to sort of start holding students to a little higher standard. If they want to go to a school to learn about technical theater, then they don't go to a school that doesn't offer technical theater. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. The other question that I had, and I may be misremembering this, but am I correct that we cannot require a specific prerequisite for an upper level course if the student has completed if that prerequisite is a lower division course that's part of the field of study, and even if that student has completed the field of study but not that course. So could a student hypothetically take an advanced lighting course without having taken a beginning lighting course? Are we required to allow that, or is there some sort of way of saying, you know what, we're not going to turn you loose on an upper level course without having had appropriate lower level courses?
You have a response to that?
I confess I was writing my supervisor to ask him a question about this to get a better information about these tracks, so I was paying attention to that. You'll have to try me again.
Okay.
Repeat the question, I apologize.
Not a problem. All right, so do I recall correctly that we cannot require a lower division course as a prerequisite to an upper division course if that student has completed the field of study?
That's right.
So in other words, we are obligated to allow a student to take advanced lighting even if they haven't taken beginning lighting because they took the field of study.
Right, if their field of study complete.
Am I the only person who thinks that is absolutely insane?
As a degree requirement, you can't, right?
Right.
But
They
as a
could-
course requirement,
They could take it as an elective. You can't require them to take it, but you can advise them to take it as an elective.
Allison and then Russ.
I was just going to add a similar scenario. Based on the courses that are on here, a student could take acting 1, 2, and 3, transfer to my program as an acting major, put my name on their resume, and I've never taught them acting. Yeah.
Russ?
Well, I mean, if the course you're saying is a prereq for the course that they're wanting to take, you can just deny them entry into the course, and then if they want to take the course, they got to go back and take the earlier course, right? I mean,
My understanding was you can't require the lower level course as part of the degree plan, but
yeah,
you
not
can require it as a
requiring the lower
prereq to
level
the course.
But yeah, if they want to get in that upper level course, though, they've got to take it.
Misunderstanding it.
No, that's saying the same thing twice. I mean, if you require it, you require it. I mean, it's for the degree plan. If they have completed the field of study, they are finished with their lower division level requirements for the program. And that would include prerequisites for upper division courses.
Right, yeah, I mean, if that wasn't the case, then, yeah, this would be a much easier meeting. But, yeah, I think that's exactly where everybody got stuck in September. It was like, well, what do you mean? They have to take a film class, intermediate, $6,000 camera, but they don't have to take the intro to class where, how do I open it? Right, so, yeah, I mean, yeah, if I was wrong about that, if that is the case, I would much rather be that case where we can, if the degree requirements require them, then that supersedes the field of study, but is that not the case?
No, the degree requirements don't supersede the field of study. So that's right. You have to look very carefully at what are the upper division courses, what are the prerequisites for those courses that are being offered at institutions already around the state, and then look at those and say, if most institutions are already offering this course and already requiring it and have large enrollments, then those are the courses we need to think about putting in the field of study, because for one reason or another, that's why universities are teaching these courses at the lower division level or are requiring. I sent you that document of what lower division courses are most frequently offered. And up until just a moment ago on the screen was the list of the courses that are most frequently, I can put it back on, that are most frequently offered and what the enrollments are in those courses. And that can give you a sense of where things are going. But for example, that's why when you created the course in script analysis, you need to think about, well, if that course belongs in the field of study at a lower division, why aren't more institutions offering that at the lower division? Or if you're creating a course in Introduction to Design, or for example, a better example would be the Introduction to Theater course. If most institutions are offering that course, then why are they offering it? Is it the non-majors who are taking it? Is it a requirement for other students? So that's a good example of, where the conversation, how it needs to be addressing these things. But yes, that's right. If that's where the rub is you need to think about what are the prerequisites for those upper division level courses. And if everybody is requiring lighting 2 at the upper division, if it's not just 1 or 2 universities, but many universities require lighting 2, then you need to think about putting lighting 1 in your field of study. If it's not there, then it doesn't mean a student is prohibited from taking it. It just means that an institution cannot require it as part of their degree program for their transfer students. They can require it for their native students. They can recommend that their transfer students take it as an elective if there's room for an elective, but they can't require it as part of the degree program because that's not fair to the student who took the field of study in good faith and knew that those courses were guaranteed to transfer and apply to the degree program and they would be finished with that. Because otherwise the student would take lighting 1 at the community college thinking that Stephen F. Austin is going to make me take this class. But then they end up going instead to UT Rio Grande Valley, who doesn't offer that course, and they've wasted their time taking a course they didn't need. So that's why the field of study is trying to iron this out.
So it sounds like what we'll end up probably doing once the field of study is completed is having to go back and take a look at our course numbering and change the course numbers perhaps on some numbers to move them out of the lower level and up to the upper level if necessary.
Well, that's up to each institution. We don't want you to steal courses from the community college, though. The community
That's not
college.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, one way around
I'm
it
saying
is,
in order for us to get the sequence we need for our students to adequately be prepared for those courses, if it's not included in the field of study, then we're going to have to move them from a lower level to a junior level, probably.
Right, so if you
that's
even
one way to
have
do it.
first or second year classes that are not in the ACGM at all, so there couldn't even possibly be a part of the field of study, then, yeah, moving them to a 3,000 level class would make sense.
Again, this
In
is
this
only for
system, it
transfer.
makes sense.
Yes, Shannon?
So it might be worthwhile to look at what the four-year schools are doing, to Alan's point about what might we be offering at a two-year level, because it is very challenging with the ACGM. It is what it is currently. And from Collin College, that I'm very proud to be teaching at, I mean, we have incredible teachers who are working in the field, who have students who go off to great four-year institutions, who make incredible lives. And so this point about Lighting One, if we have the ability to add a Lighting One class to the ACGM that we may teach that can serve four-year institutions, I'm very interested in that, or any other thing that could do that. And I don't know, I guess I'm feeling a little analogy coming up here, which is like if you're going into like med school, it's slightly different, I get it, but you wouldn't want somebody going into like surgery too without ever having like, you know, done surgery one. And it's like, you know, I mean, maybe, I don't know, it's just coming up for me because our arts and our tech are so specific. And I definitely want to create something that honors our students and also create something that actually works. I believe we can do that. I don't know how we can do that, but those are some thoughts that I've been having over here. And if there's something that we can create and add back into the ACGM, at one point we did have script analysis in there. The ACGM, I was on that committee several years ago when we arrived, and they said, and these are all the classes that we will be removing. And so that was a real shock. And so, so we're trying to train our students through productions in addition to the things that we are only allowed to teach from the ACGM. So that's one of those challenges that we've come up with. So thanks.
Melissa?
Just to add on to that, too, I don't think it would be a bad idea right now. If we think the ACGM is going to stay as is, then yes, if you have an intro to lighting course and you can make it an upper level, that makes sense. Because, yeah, I agree with her. Like, I don't want them to take lighting 2 without lighting 1. But I guess we would want to know if the ACGM is going to change first. Like, would we have, if the ACGM suddenly adds intro to lighting, you know, this is like a cart before the horse thing in some ways.
Karen?
I was just going to say, once again, that's why I believe music had courses for specific degree programs in there in order to accommodate that type of academic situation. And unless we put more courses in the ACGM, like Shannon said, our hands are tied with what we can teach, and we do use production to try to teach that advanced lighting and so forth. I mean, that's how we have to do it. It's hands-on experience in order for them to learn some of the things we're not able to teach course-wise, but to give them experience, and that's how we have to do it.
Melissa?
Just a comment on that. After our last meeting, I talked at length with our coordinator of music about that, because he was, I think, on that committee a while back, and he just talked about how much regret they have for putting that language in there, because it's allowing programs to circumvent the field of study altogether.
I heard back from Rex Peebles, our assistant commissioner. I asked him the question about tracks and what would happen if a student took a track in one specialty and then transferred to an institution that did not offer that specialty. Would they be considered field of study incomplete? And his sense of it is that, yes, they would be considered field of study incomplete. That if a student takes a tech theater track and then transfer to a university that doesn't offer tech theater, they would be considered incomplete, and you could ask that student to, I mean, you'd have to accept the courses that they did take, but you could then require them to take additional lower division level courses to meet the specialty that you offer. So if that student, the tech theater, transfers to an acting only institution, then you could make them take the extra acting 1, acting 2 courses that they should have taken in the first place.
Okay.
Excuse me. It seems we're going back to tracks, and as much as I initially was not for it, I'm kind of being swayed towards that again, only because of the because I look at this list of choose 3 courses below, and it just is not a complete education in the lower level.
All right, so let me ask you this, Alan. If we did not have tracks and the bachelor's institution does have tracks, and a student came in, let's say they were coming into they wanted to come into a technical track, but their choose 3 was not 3 tech classes, you could, because they're coming into a specified program, we could require them to take lower level classes? According to what he just said?
Well, see, yeah, this is why you might want to consider having tracks if that's your priority, because if a student takes a track and transfers with the track that you don't offer, then they're considered to be field of study incomplete. You can make them take additional courses. The way you have it now, that same situation, the student could take only tech courses in the choice of 3 options there, transfer to your acting only program, and you would have to consider that student to be field of study complete, and you couldn't ask them to take the additional acting courses.
Okay.
So an advantage of tracks is that it specifies the kind of program that you consider to be field of study complete. On the other hand, you don't want to have too many tracks. You don't want to over-specialize on the tracks for the reasons that we've been discussing here already.
What if they were in a specialized track in the 2-year, but they were going into a general BA at the 4-year? What would happen then? Because general
I
would
would
then
think
be a
that would
separate track if you had tracks.
I would think that would be at the discretion of the institution to decide what track applies to your degree best, and I would hope that it would be done in the best interest of the student. I mean, to hopefully not make them take additional courses if necessary. It would seem to me like if a student took any of the tracks and applied to your generalist program, you'd consider them to be field of study complete. But that would have to be a decision that your institution would have to make.
Dan?
I think what Rex just said was, we can do exactly what music did, we just won't put the language in the thing. Because we'll have the track at a field of study, general theater. And then all the 4-years can say, we have the track, but it's theater general. And so we can pick and choose again. I mean, the coordinating board has as much straight and narrow on this as a waffle.
Well, we're trying to make it more straight. What music did, frankly, I don't think would pass muster now.
Well, it's like music, they still have the fact that you have to be piano proficient, but we're not going to offer any classes to do that. You know, you have to be piano proficient to get a degree in music, which makes perfect sense. But there are no classes that are offered for that. So the degrees that say you have to have a sophomore level understanding of a foreign language, we won't require the first 2 years, but you have to have the sophomore classes. So either we do the field of study, or perhaps the 4-years get the opportunity to say, we don't want transfer students. which would be totally opposite of what the field of study is trying to do. So I don't think tracks helps us, because tracks then gives more, okay, you have an acting track and a design track and a generals track, and but we have then a different label for our theater name, so we can then pick and choose again. So that's my problem with what Rex just said. It is not an answer to me.
Well, it's
Sorry.
true that you don't want to have, as you earlier said, you don't want to have 75 tracks and things. You know, you don't want to have a separate track for underwater acting. And the reason why is because you're doing a disadvantage to that student who takes that track and then transfers to any of the other universities except for the one that offers that specialty in underwater acting. What if they don't end up going to that university or don't get into that university? Then I'm sorry if this comes as terrible news to A&M Corpus Christi, right? Which, Texas State used to have that great thing at Ocarina Springs. Do you guys remember that? Where they'd have the mermaids that would swim down with what's his name, Hector the Flying Pig or whatever it was, who would, and these actresses would come down and dress as mermaids, and they'd float around and they'd feed the pig and they'd do their mermaid dance. Do you remember this? And it was underwater acting, you know, at Texas State. So anyway, but if a student takes a track and then you don't want the student, I mean, the whole point of the field of study is to make it easy for the transfer students to go to whatever institution they end up going to, knowing that they're complete without having to take expensive classes all over again to meet the Tom, Dick, and Harry requirements of every different university. So too many tracks undercuts that, okay? But not enough tracks also can hurt the institutions insofar as you may be accepting transfer students who are underprepared for your particular specialty if you give them too many options and they all end up taking tech classes and end up in your acting program. So that's the fine line we're trying to walk.
So we've talked all around this, unless there's comments that haven't been said yet. I think this one we need to vote on. Yeah, sure, Andrew.
The only other option in my head would be that we were very, very specific about what are truly base courses that would be offered in that field of study. But it would end up cutting out courses that are offered then in the two-year colleges, some of them. And I don't think we want to do that either. Say an acting 3 course. You know, if we were to say, okay, we want to take an acting 1, we want to take a stagecraft, we want to take a makeup, we want to take a intro to design. Say that's the field of study or whatever it is. That it's very specific. It's not choose 1 or choose 2, or 3 or whatever it is. They're very specific about what those courses are, but there may be courses that are offered across the board by everybody, and that would satisfy most all four-year beginning coursework. In other words, being more narrow about what we're picking. But then what would happen, I guess, would be that some of the courses offered at the 2-year might disappear. I don't know, because they wouldn't be part of that restricted core. But I think it would be probably satisfy the 4-year people maybe a little bit more, but I don't know that.
Did you say something, Russ, and then Melissa?
I just know on our end, it would, right now we have for performance track, we have acting 1, 2, and 3. But on our end, it would perhaps give us the opportunity to bring in voice and articulation and stage movement for our kids, and I'd be happy to jettison acting 3 in order to get that foundational actor training in them. You know, I'd be more than happy to do that, so.
Melissa?
Well, I'm just thinking in terms of not our program, but our students themselves. I mean, I know that all of you that teach at 2-year colleges know that the bulk of our students are there. The most students are there because they need a budget-friendly 2 years, right? They're really operating on really tight budgets. And the idea, I think, of the field of study, too, is to make sure they don't I mean, our school is so focused on making sure they don't run out of financial aid, because they do at some point. What's the hour cutoff, 150? So if we're going to give them these tracks and then send them off to four-year to repeat another 30 hours, they could very well run out of financial aid before they complete a degree, which for a lot of my students, they would never complete because they just can't afford it.
The last time the specific tracks we had talked about was a generalist track, a design tech track, a performance or acting track. I think we had some discussion over what that would be named, and then an education, a pre-teacher track. I don't remember what we exactly called that, but if we were to, in a minute we're going to vote on this, but would there be other tracks that we would want to consider into that 4? I think down the road somewhere was something about cinema track. Was that what you were?
Do you want a general track?
That's a general, yeah. General, design tech, performance or acting. We'd have to decide on a name for that.
My notes.
Teacher track.
Sorry, I have my notes from last meeting. It was theatrical performance and theatrical design and
okay.
technology.
Okay.
Were the names that we came up with.
Theatrical, tech, theatrical performance. Peter, you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Through in the discussion of that, and one thing I don't know that we considered last time, it's those introduction courses that do have safety requirements, which I've seen brought up 3 or 4 times. I think that needs to be revisited, maybe. I would hate to say that if a prerequisite course has, and again, the one I come up with was welding because it's such a wonderful thing, but if the person didn't take a class that showed them the introduction to welding, I would certainly not want to put them in the room. It's like, oh, it's that thing over there. Just, you'll be fine. You took intro to cinema. I think they welded in one of those movies. And I don't mean to be flip. I just think that there's, whenever we just make this gross generalization of, we're all going to be okay, there's so many specific requirements that we may not be considering. Also, as a second point to that, and I know we discussed this, but I don't remember what the outcome was when we were discussing how many hours went into the field of study. And as, again, we're talking about tracks and going down this line, was there any hour requirement? Since what I assumed was if you had the field of study at the AA, you had taken enough college credits to, supply all of the undergraduate courses. But does that serve the purpose of the field of study if there are, say, 12 hours that all of our institutions teach? Or 15 hours that all of our institutions teach that are not specific track, that are within introduction to theater, this, that, and the other thing? I mean, did we come up with 18 to 22 for a reason? I don't remember. I'm not. I'm asking honestly there. Sorry. Yes.
Well, I think 18 was the easy answer on 18 was it was 42 plus 18 gets 60. But then it was also the inclusion of the practical co-op to get it up to 22 is where that came from.
Could I just follow up on Peter's first point? Would it be legitimate, I mean, I guess this is a question for Alan, would it be legitimate for us to make the kind of codicil that that says that where there are legitimate safety concerns, we can require a prerequisite for advanced courses that although a student is field of study complete, we can still require, not suggest, not recommend, require an appropriate lower division course if there are legitimate safety concerns. And that's, yeah, whatever. I mean, but I mean, I don't want somebody taking an advanced stagecraft course if they've never seen a circular saw before, right? I mean, this is how you get nicknames like Three Finger. I don't want somebody taking an advanced lighting course if they don't know how to tighten the barrel and, you know, I mean, there are really significant safety concerns in many of our technical areas. And the introductory courses there are really, really important, even for someone who is going to take something like directing, which is a required course at most, if not all, four-year BA programs. We have 18 hours of specific prerequisites for those courses, and if the field of study passes, then we can really only count on a student having 9 of them. And that's going to be problematic. But I do think we ought to really seriously consider the notion of safety. I mean, even the most ardent supporter of the notion of field of study, I hope, is going to say, you know what, we need to keep our students and their colleagues safe.
Well, what are institutions already doing at the lower division for this? Are they
Apparently, we're throwing them to the wolves and off of buildings and putting them in shops without any safety equipment or any training at all.
Well, where is this already being done?
It's mainly in the stagecraft courses, I would say.
In the Stagecraft 1 and Stagecraft 2? Then
I think some.
then Dr. Jones made a good argument then for requiring Stagecraft 1 and Stagecraft 2 in the field of study and taking them out of the list of options. That would be one way to do it. Another way to do it would, I mean, it's always easier as a general rule, no matter what the course content is, safety or otherwise, it is always easier to adjust the description of an existing course in the ACGM than it is to create a new course for the ACGM and require every institution in the state to accept it for transfer, which puts pressure on community colleges to begin offering a course that they've never taught before and have no faculty for. So if there's a way you could include key safety instruction in courses that already exist and that are already required in the field of study, great. If you can include it in Stagecraft 1, if you can include it in Acting 1 somewhere, then that would probably be the most efficient way to make sure everybody, you know, doesn't get into advanced courses without that material. Either that or institutions can incorporate entry-level safety instruction in their upper division courses. Those are the only two options that I could see. Melissa, I'm sorry.
I think we all teach safety in stagecraft. I think that's a priority for everybody in this room because that's just how we all start out in the theater, is learning how to be safe. But even if my students completed Stagecraft 2, they're not ready for lighting 2. That's the thing. Like, even if they get that safety instruction, it doesn't qualify them to step into lighting 2 and have any reasonable expectation of them being even, you know, ready to deal with the whole new level of safety that's going to be involved with lighting. Even if I teach them theater safety, which we do, it doesn't mean they're ready for very advanced technical things like that.
Well, Lighting 1 isn't in the ACGM, right? It's not a lower division level class. It seems like they would take Lighting 1 first semester junior year, Lighting 2 second semester junior year, right? Lighting 1 isn't something that anybody is requiring of students at their freshman and sophomore level, right? So it really isn't so much a field of study question. Some institutions may be doing it, right? Yeah, but it's not an ACGM
In your
course.
BFA or your BA? Okay. Deborah?
That was going to be my question, because if those are BFA courses, we've already said it doesn't apply to if we don't do a BFA track, then it's a moot point, you know, but if you're having advanced lighting being in the BA track, then that becomes a different issue.
Well, advanced lighting is not required of anyone, but directing is, for which lighting and stagecraft are both prerequisites. So, I mean, there are going to be those situations in which, and if we can't legitimately keep someone out of a course if they are field of study complete, then when we do teach advanced lighting, we can't keep that student out of that course. We can advise against it, but we can't keep them out.
But you also can't keep the native student out of that course who didn't pay very much attention and got a C on all those exams and really just barely passed, but qualifies for that class. We still
This is also true.
We still teach individuals, whether they're transfer or whether they're native. And every student and every teacher and every time they take the same class or teach the same class have a different chemistry, and a different amount of knowledge is taken and accepted. And so when we have any student in an upper level class, all the students, we look and go, okay, where was this one? Oh, this person took the prerequisite class 2 years ago, and so they're going to need to be reminded of some things. And this student never took the prerequisite, but they've taken some other things and they've picked some stuff up along the way, so they're going to need to be guided along the way. Our students are not products of course descriptions. We're all still teachers, no matter what classes they've taken or where they've come from, even if they're from our native classes.
Like I think I said, we may need to consider changing some course numbers once this is decided. And maybe Lighting 1 becomes a 3,000 level course if you have it as a 2,000. I mean, that's a fairly simple fix, really, and it's done.
Okay, yeah, Bill, and then we'll vote.
But that tends to make a mockery out of the university's curriculum. If the curriculum was set up in a sequence, and then we're going to say, well, then we want these students to have these courses, so in order to do that, we have to take all these 1,000, 2,000 level courses and make them junior level courses. You know,
But that's what we're stuck with here. You know?
But I would also say, you know, one of the things Kevin found in his research was that there were a number of 3,000 and 4,000 level classes that were being taught to freshmen and sophomores. You know, for instance, at ASU, our makeup class is a 4,000, but we require freshmen to take it. So one of the things we're looking at is revising ours, in that case, specifically downward, so that it makes sense to when they're taking it. So it may be, I mean, I see what you're saying, and I see what you're saying, and I think there's a line somewhere that each institution is going to have to figure out. I mean, we're trying to make the best of the situation.
Now, one other question.
Sure.
We've been talking about lower division classes. However, if they come in field of study complete with a certain class, and the one thing that I keep going back to is script analysis. We don't have a lower division script analysis class. If they come in field of study complete, our university must make that upper division class count or give them credit for that upper division class. Is that correct?
I don't necessarily think so.
Well, there's nothing in the law that says you have to do that. What you don't want to do is have the student repeat course content, and you have to give them credit for the courses that they did take and apply them to the degree. So if you think that your upper division level course in script analysis is so significantly different in the requirements and course content from the field of study course, then you can continue to require it as one of your upper division level
But
requirements.
if there's no other course within our curriculum that covers that material, then, as I understand it, if they take script analysis in the field of study, and they're field of study complete,
Right.
that course has to be applied somehow toward that degree.
That's right.
So substituted for
Substituting it for
lighting,
your,
you know,
or
the
for your
advanced lighting.
course in Christmas, substituting it for your existing course in script analysis seems the logical thing to do. But if your department feels otherwise because of the content and nature of the course, then you can still have them take it again at the upper division level.
Right. So kind of with that, our makeup class currently is 4,000 level, and a number of students who transfer in have it from the whatever it is, 1,000 level in the ACGM. Our content is very similar, so we don't make them retake makeup, but they still have upper level hour requirements that they have to meet in the major. So while they don't specifically have to take makeup again, they do have to take some other 3,000 or 4,000 level theater course to get the hour requirement correct. Does that make sense? Yeah.
But I'm talking about a course that is significantly different than what I'm
Right.
assuming would be the script analysis class. And I'm just using that as an example.
Right,
So it may
and
be
I'm
that you
looking
just-
at, I'm looking at the BA degree plan for Texas State, and script analysis is not
What
required.
we would have
by the
is
BA.
a drama criticism and analysis, in which that's where the script analysis would be done.
Right. So that would be,
And
that might even,
encompasses a great deal more than simply script analysis.
right, so it might even be a different class. It sounds like it's
Well,
a
that's a good
different class.
example. If
so-
your upper division level course is mostly theory, literary theory, and the lower division course is more line by line character scene, development, that kind of thing, then that's a significantly different approach, and that would be well justified that the theory and analysis course is more of an upper division level thing, and you might want to retitle the course or make it more specific, and that would further distinguish it from the lower division script analysis. But those are all approaches that you could take.
All right, so action item D was add specific tracks to the field of study. The 4 tracks we've identified are generalists, theatrical design, and tech. I think, what was it? I'm sorry, James.
Theatrical design and technology.
Yep, thank you. Right, and then a pre-teacher track is one that several people have tossed out around. So would those be the 4 that we would? Musical theater as a 4th? Yeah, there's no musical theater in the ACGM. Is your musical theater a BA or a BFA? So it wouldn't matter really then. Are we good to vote on adding specific tracks, those 4 specific tracks?
So-called.
You're making that motion?
Okay, so the 4 are
Generalist,
okay.
theatrical design and technology, right, James?
Sure, I'm just have the notes from.
Yeah, go ahead and read them out
Sure.
again.
The 4 tracks that we discussed were theatrical performance, theatrical design and technology, general theater studies, and teacher certification.
That's your motion? All right, is there a second? All right. Any other further discussion? All right. All in favor, raise your hand. This is, yeah, voting 4 tracks if you raise your hand. I counted myself, so 8.
Okay, so that's
Russ-
8 and
I
8 and
stepped out of the room at the wrong time. Against? Against. I counted you as a 4. Oh, the 4 is again? Well,
No, I'm just sorry. That's one of the 4 areas. I'm sorry.
oh, the 4 areas.
Yeah, don't mind.
General theater design, technology, theater performance, and teacher certification. All right, so I had 8 for. Against. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So that's 6 against. Now, to be clear, what we're voting on is to have 4 tracks and make them part of the field of study.
Yes.
Right? Not just if we were to have tracks, we will have these 4.
Yes. Yes.
This has no application to the BFA.
Okay.
As of right now, it does not, because we did not vote on that BFA discussion. Andrew?
I just wanted to confirm that since I'm standing in for somebody that I'm not voting. So my understanding is I'm not allowed to have a vote, so that.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Is that
Rob.
correct?
That's right. And thank
Okay,
you,
so
Andrew, for
if you're
stepping
doing the
in.
numbers, then if there's.
Right.
that, I did not vote.
Right, Andrew stepping in for Charlotte Canning, who couldn't be here today. So thank you, Andrew, for doing that. We should have said that at the beginning. Appreciate you being here. Yes, anybody who here, I don't think anybody else is a proxy member, are they?
No.
Standing in for someone?
Russ, we voted while you were not, we didn't mean to, I'm sorry.
We waited.
We waited till you, voting for or against specific tracks in the field of study being, for specific tracks being generalist, theater design, technology, theatrical performance, and teacher certification.
I can make any situation work, but I would like tracks. I
Okay,
vote
so
yes
that
for
would be
tracks.
9 for. So it's 9 for, 6 against. So this time around, we said yes to tracks. Okay, so, all right.
So how many of our other
Yes, I think so. Alan said the food is here, so since this is a working lunch meeting, I would say let's take, if you need to run to the bathroom or anything, 5, 7, 8, 9, I mean, what is?
Want to
what is-
keep talking while you eat, or do you want to take 15 minutes and choke down your sandwich?
Could I ask one question before we do this? How many people are missing from our first meeting?
Not that many.
Well, we're missing Patrick Benane from Texas Women's, Charlotte Canning, although Andrew here is a proxy, Jenny Corder. Is Jenny here? Oh, hey, Jenny. Sorry. And
Bill Gelber from Texas Tech.
Tim Klein.
Right.
That's 2. That's it.
Texas Tech?
Bill Gelber from Texas Tech. And then him, 3.
Yes. So 3. We're missing Texas Tech
I got
and
4.
University of Houston downtown. And Matthew Smith here?
No.
Right, from El Paso Community College.
There's 4.
4.
Including Texas Tech.
Okay. Texas Tech is William Gelber, right? He's not here.
Russ.
Okay.
Are we can do that?
Okay, so all right, for those in the booth, then we'll adjourn until 12 o'clock. That'll give us 8 minutes to take a stretch, and then we'll get started again. If you want something besides what you've got here, or if you want something else to drink, there's a break room at the far end of the hall near the security desk where you came in. You can pick up something there if you want to add to whatever we've got here from Jason's. Thank you all.
have now voted to add tracks. We should discuss what it means, what courses would be in those, and probably the best choice would be to the tracks pick 9 hours from the three courses available in the menu portion, so that every theater student would take acting 1, stagecraft 1, script analysis, and then 4 hours of practicum or co-op, and then 9 hours of that menu for generalist. Probably would just say 9 hours from here. 9 hours for design tech. We would pick 3 classes, or from this shorter list, come up with 9 hours. Performance, same thing, from this shorter list, come up with 9 hours. And then pre-teacher, I suspect is going to look really close to generalist, but we can discuss that. We had talked about this the last time and had notes on what some of those tracks might look like. I think Deborah says, Kevin, some of us have notes on it, so let's talk through that.
Well, the notes that I have were before this top 3 came. But I think, gosh, isn't it sort of design tech would include makeup, costumes, stagecraft 2, and intro to design, and you pick 3 out of those 4? And then performance would include movement. I think makeup would be in there. Acting 2 and voice.
Assuming we're removing, that's an assumption we're removing acting 3, though, which we haven't discussed yet, so.
Yeah, maybe that was just a pause for effect. And then generalist and teacher, I don't know. It might just be a combination of the design tech and the performance directing. But I do think that introduction to theater and introduction to cinema could be moved out of these choices fairly easily because they're already somewhere else in the core. And was there anything else I was, and the histories.
Again, that's another down the road discussion. James?
I was just going to say, on the generalist, I think that the FOS we have would work, choose from the 9, because I think a generalist, I wouldn't mind them taking intro to cinema, intro to design, intro to makeup, and so on.
Yep. Deborah, do your notes kind of correspond with what? Shannon?
Challenge.
But if a person is a generalist, I still would say intro to cinema and intro to theater are not going to cut like what is also needed in those practical acting classes or tech classes.
So maybe a generalist, rather than choosing any 9 from these, is choose 1 from this list of 2, choose 1 from this list of 2, choose 1 from this list of 2.
That was a variation on the theme of what we were talking about last time in terms of the 2, 2, and 2. 2 academic courses, 2 production-oriented courses, 2 design tech courses.
Right. So what I was talking about was keep these same 3 that we already have, and then for the generalist, break up those 9 hours into 3 categories of selections, and then keep those same 4. Melissa? Oh.
I just kind of vaguely remember talking about that as the option you're talking about for general there as limiting some schools depending on what they offer already, where this allows for kind of everybody.
I agree with that as well. I remember.
So it might be best to just tackle these one at a time then, right? So let's talk about generalists. All right. All right, let's not talk about generalists yet. Do we agree that acting 1, stagecraft 1, script analysis, and 4 hours in practical application courses should be required of every field of study track? It sounds like a pretty much consensus, yes. So those we don't need to talk about again. Acting 1, stagecraft 1, script analysis, and then 4 hours of the practical application being practicum and co-op. So we're good with that. All right, good. So now we can talk about generalists. So of the 9 hours left over for generalists, how do we want to prescribe or not prescribe that? Pick from these remaining ACGM courses, or one of these, one of these, one of these? Comments on either way? Yes, Dan? Sorry, you raised your hand.
No, I think we should, what we had was a good generalist thing.
Okay.
Pick 3. Now, in that list, I agree that maybe the intro and the intro classes should not even be on that list because they're in the core. Intro to theater is something that is a core class, and I'm not sure that a theater student really needs intro to theater.
Right. So I came into the meeting with that same impression, but after talking to some of our colleagues here, the core version of that is different than what their major version
Not
is?
supposed to be. It's not supposed to be.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay,
we
that's
don't
fair.
have an intro for majors. It's just intro.
Okay. Melissa?
I would argue to keep it because of that, because it could fulfill core and field study.
Right, and if 090 opens up to include more courses, it could be possible then for a student to take intro in the major and in the core and end up closer to 60 than
Yes.
60.
It's already in mine.
It's already in.
Yeah,
Well, it's at
so-
50, right?
It's in
Don't forget,
50 and
folks,
09.
don't forget, folks, to use your microphone because they can't hear you back in the back.
I think the way I see it is that if it satisfies both the field of study and the core, in my mind, that opens up an elective. Because you're getting credit for 2, only 3 credit hours. Now you have 3 credit hours that you get to take. For like a liberal arts education. Oh, my God.
Karen?
I was just going to say, and bring it in, because I've gotten lots of emails and phone calls from my colleagues across the state that instead of intro to theater, it be called theater appreciation.
That's down the list.
And now I've brought it up for them again.
That's down the list. We'll
Okay,
get down.
thank you.
That's another letter down there somewhere. Yeah, Peter, and that's technically not up to us to decide, but we can
And
make a
again, because there
recommendation. Right, we can make a recommendation, but yeah, Peter.
And because there are other courses and other things that are all down the list, it seems like, again, we may be getting the cart before the horse.
Go talk down the
approved?
list and
Yeah,
come
can we
back?
talk down the list and then come back? I'd hate to do that.
I'm good
but
with that.
I don't-
I mean, we just got
Yeah.
to be mindful. Are y'all okay with, specifically what we're talking about is acting 3, history of theater 1 and 2. I think cinema is somewhere down there. Okay, so let's come back to specifying what's in the tracks. We good with that? Yeah? All right, good. Point E, change the choice of practicum of and academic co-op sets to 4 hours in any combination of the two. I'm good with that. I mean, most of us said yes to that, but do we need to, we can discuss that? So basically what that is saying is you could take 2 hours of practicum and 2 hours of co-op. You could take 4 hours of practicum and 0 of co-op. You could take 4 of co-op and 0 of practicum, basically fitting the needs of your particular institution. Transferring in upper level programs would, if someone came in with 4 hours of co-op, you would check mark it as they fulfilled it, if their field of study complete. Right? Yeah.
Is there any chance we could get the 3-hour academic cooperative back? Because it was on there at one point, but it was taken off.
What is it in the ACG? Yeah. Huh? So, all right, so let me ask you this. If it was a 3-hour, how would a student get to the 4 hours? They'd have to take,
Practicum and then 3.
oh, well, yeah, I guess.
That would work, right?
Still there, I'm sorry. I thought it was
What number is that?
2389.
2389?
2389.
So that would read 4 hours from practicum 1 through 4, the new academic co-op 1, a new academic co-op 2, or the existing.
2 there, but adding 3 in as an option.
2-hour version.
Yes, because currently the only thing that exists is just academic co-op, correct?
2 hours to 3 hours.
Right, but the name is just,
Academic
so it's a variable houred course.
I would just argue that the practice part of that in practicum is valuable, and I would hate to see it down to 1 hour.
Okay. Other comments? So then it would be change the choice of practicum or academic co-op to 4 hours at any combination of practicum 1 through 4, new academic co-op 1, or academic co-op 2, which is a variable houred course. Right? Am I understanding that right? Yes? Make sense?
I think so.
All right. Should we vote on that or just say we're good? Somebody want to call that question? Or make a motion?
To vote on what you said.
Can we make a motion to include the academic cooperative 2389?
All right, in a second. All right.
2389 is 3 semester credit hour?
Yes.
So they would still have to take a 1 hour practicum in there. Okay. Okay, so we're voting on changing the choice of practicum and academic co-op to 4 hours in any combination of the two, including a 3-hour version of co-op. All in favor, raise your hand. At the lower level, yeah. Raise your hand. I have 15 against. No, 15 for, and then against. My bad. My bad. Thank you for keeping me. 1. Okay. All right. So that passes 15 for. Hey, right. That didn't take 2 hours like the last one did. All right. F is related, but kind of a moot point now.
Go back to your, do you want to go back to your original motion before that to make it 4 hours in any combination? Because that vote was to add.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
2389.
You're right. Okay, so that vote was to add 2389. So now we need to vote on making it any combination of 4 hours from academic co-op or practicum. So I need a motion for that.
So moved.
All right, second. Second. Discussion. All in favor, raise your hand. No, this is to make it a combination of any 4. Yeah, I figured you'd be on that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 against, 1.
Okay, that's 16 in favor and 1 against.
Yes,
Don't hold it against me.
we won't. All right, so, good. All right, great. So F, remove the proposed new 2 schedule hour academic co-op. I think because of the previous vote, we don't have to vote on every one of these action items. We've discussed this, correct? All right, so we're going to pass F, unless there's a huge. F is remove the proposed new 2 schedule hour academic co-op 1. So that we just ratified in the other one. All right. G, add a film track to the drama field of study. Discussion on this. Yeah, Peter. Do what?
I said I might be able to make it easier for everybody. This is what I was going to bring up at the beginning of the meeting. It's not a big deal. But yeah, that's the thing there. If you go down, it says TV production and actually intro to film. Those are the only 2 courses that I have any issue with that, as far as tracks, non-tracks, BA, BFA, whatever. A simple solution for our university would just to be to change them to 3,000 level, which I'm willing to do if I cannot include them in the track of design, performance, teacher certification, which I don't see how it's going to fit or pass. I say, just to make it easier on this group, I'll just move them up.
Right.
So I don't know if that helps or hurts.
Okay. Karen?
Yeah, I just want to say, so there's not a ACGM courses for a film discipline at all, correct?
Apparently not.
And I'm kind of wondering why that doesn't exist at all.
Yeah, me
Just a
too.
question, because it doesn't make sense that there's not an undergraduate,
Yeah.
I mean,
So
an
that's-
ACGM course for film, because theater's having to take that up when there should be.
Well, film at our school is in comm.
Yeah, I think maybe the most in communications.
Yeah.
Ours is in art.
There you go.
Well, it's because theater is life and film is art. And what's the other one? TV is furniture. Is that the
Right. Well, that's what we're.
I think that sounds great, Peter. You know, I'm supportive of a film degree or maybe a field of study in film, but just not necessarily in. I think it'd be hard to fit it into how we're talking about.
That's what I'm looking at. Any list of courses that we put, if I put those in there, I don't see any way of putting it in the field of study without creating a separate track, which is already in everybody else's college. So,
Russ,
if I just move it to 3,000, I think that might be the best for everybody.
on the straw poll online, you had said yes to it. Are you cool with that? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully one day we can revisit it when it comes back, but I think that's a simple
Or
solution.
create a film degree
Yeah.
somehow. That's okay. Yeah.
At least the way I understand it in Collin is for a 2-year school, we have our TVF with a lot of different kind of film things. We're not allowed to teach those unless we have our TVF in our degrees, our MFAs or doctorates or whatnot, but we're teaching it. So, and yeah, pretty much in those call numbers.
Okay. All right, good. If there's no objection, we'll go. We dealt with G. Going to G1, the new ACGM course. That's what you were just talking about also, Peter?
I'm sorry?
G1, create a new ACGM courses in Intro to Film Production and Editing and add them to the field of studies.
Right, that was the whole point. If we do that, then it's maybe some other day. Maybe
Some
not.
other day. Are we good then to keep going forward?
I think I'm the only person in that situation, right? I don't want to speak for anybody else.
I know at ASU, it felt like I said, film is in comm, so
Right.
it doesn't apply.
Okay.
They're all comm classes.
I'm fine, I can work that.
Any other objection to moving forward? Party on. See, we just needed food. We were getting hangry.
Get angry.
H, Remove acting 3, DRAM 2351 from the list of options in the field of study. Discussion on this bad boy.
On our campus, it goes back to what I said a few moments ago. That's where acting 3 stops on our campus with a BA. So if they come in with 3 levels of acting, they'll get a degree from my university in acting and will have never taken acting there. So it's an upper level class for us.
It's upper level for us, too. It's part of our sequence. It's junior year.
All right, let me ask it this way. If acting 3 was renamed something else, I know there's also upper level acting styles courses. I think, from talking to some of the 2-year schools that offer acting 3, they want something beyond acting 2 that doesn't maybe fulfill your acting 3. So like a acting 2.5. Let's just say that for now until we come up with a better idea. Would that be a better thing, or are we saying we don't want any third acting course in the 1,000 and 2,000 level class area? Karen?
I actually think that we should, at my level, I believe we should teach beginning acting, and that should be the name of the course, which is all about, again, you bring in script analysis with it, but how do they score script? I mean, they walk into and they don't know how to score script. The very basics, and then you have acting 1. I offer acting 1 and 2, and make those courses seem to fit with that. I just think acting 3 is like Allison said, I don't want my students just to learn from me. As we all know, the exposure to more different ideas and different styles makes them stronger. And I just feel it should be named something else so that can continue, that we either do a beginning acting and an acting 1, but it's still in the ACGM. I thought it was about to be removed, but I don't see that acting 3 is to be removed.
So acting 1, the description says an introduction to the fundamental principles and tools of acting. Acting 2 is exploration and further training within the basic principles and tools of acting. Acting 3, development of basic skills and techniques of acting, including some other stuff there. So, well, it's, I mean, you have in the description, you have introduction, you have exploration and further training, and then in 3, you have development of basic skills. So is the objection to it being called acting 3, or is the objection that we have a third acting class in the lower level? Dan?
I'm trying to remember back when we did the whole, added all those descriptions, and it seems to me the acting subgroup was thinking this class was not long for the world as far as being in the ACGM, but then it's never been dealt with. Because in the others, we actually added some objectives, right?
Yeah, they're longer than what I read.
Yeah, but in acting 3, there are no objectives, are there?
Acting 3 does not have any learning outcomes.
Right, because we didn't, I think the group that was doing acting thought that class was not long for this world, that it was so individualized to the school that we weren't, as a group, going to try to put any outcomes on it.
Okay, Russ?
So I think that's what happened with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I completely agree that that's how it should go. I think acting 3 should go away. I mean, because we're trying to send these 4-year schools a turkey sandwich, and if we had movement and voice and acting 1 and 2, then we would have the bread and the turkey and the cheese. But if we have all 3, then we're just more turkey, more turkey, more turkey. We're doubling up on unnecessary stuff when there's more important skill sets they could be learning in those first 2 years.
I think there's also a difference in terms of, amongst universities probably, in terms of what acting 3 is, in terms of content. I mean, ours is actually ensemble acting. It's an ensemble thing. And it may be very different in what someone else calls acting 3 with a subtitle, So they're different, a lot of different.
And you would would you much rather have someone who's already had stage movement and voice and maybe 2 acting classes rather than 3 acting classes and then not these other fundamental?
Yes and no. Because
wouldn't you rather have a student come in as a freshman?
Because, say, in the movement area, we have a very specialized movement instructor who teaches an incredible clown and movement and anyway, it's a very popular class, and it's very unique and European, and, no one's going to get that who's had some other kind of movement class. So, that's half one another,
Okay. If we take it out of the field of study, we don't have the power to take it out of the ACGM. But I think the signal would be sent that the ACGM should revisit taking it out. Is that correct, Alan?
Well, I don't know if that's the signal, but in reality, courses that aren't in the field of study over time will see their enrollments dwindle because students will be taking the courses that are in the field of study that they know will work towards a degree. Institutions, 2-year institutions that want to put acting 3 in their associate degree programs are still free to do so, or to have it there as electives or a core option, perhaps, are still free to do so. But if it's not in the field of study, it's likely to see its enrollments dwindle, and it's already not doing too well. As you can see there, it's offered by 16 colleges with an enrollment of 144 students for now, and only 3 universities. And of the top 10
I question that only in that not everyone uses that term acting 3, and I've noticed in a number of the courses we have listed that, first of all, the list is incomplete in part, but what we call a course, the same or similar course is called something else in someone else's university. So some of it's not as accurate as that list pertains it to be.
Absolutely. It's important to understand that institutions that offer a course with a different course number or a different name that might be very similar or transfer as the equivalent of one of these courses won't necessarily be on this list. This is just the way the ACGM shows the courses, and that's the way we can track them. So that's very true. And as I could see earlier, only UT Austin seems to be the only program that requires acting 3 at the lower division. Is that correct, Andrew? Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. It's not required for every emphasis in the BA, but I would also support it being taken out. I mean, I think one of the tricky things, as has I think been discussed in numerous things, is that UT Austin, the first year sequence doesn't really have a comparison in the field of study, and so because there are these sort of new classes that don't necessarily reflect the script analysis or intro to theater. And so I think the reason that I would support, and I think that acting 3 should be taken out, is because it at least provides one point where, we're ensuring that faculty are actively mentoring in an acting class the transfer students who make up such an important part of our department.
In the interest of time, I'd like to make a motion that acting 3 be removed from all drama fields of study.
Any other discussion? All right, I'll call the question. All in favor of removing acting 3 from all BA drama field of studies? Raise your hand. Count 15. Opposed? An island of 1. All right. So, okay. All right. So, acting 3, drama 2351, removed from the field of study. All right. That was H. I. Limit the ACGM course description of Stagecraft 1 1330 to scenic technology. Again, that's not within our purview.
Well, actually, it is.
Purview.
Excuse me. If you put Stagecraft 1 in the field of study and you feel like the ACGM course description needs to be altered to make it work for the field of study, you can do so. It's actually technically a recommendation that goes to the field of study committee, which then goes to the full board, et cetera, et cetera. But a learning objectives committee would then come together and look at the course descriptions that are already being used across the state for Stagecraft 1, and they would come together with a kind of compromise, amalgamation, fusion of the course descriptions that are already being done, and would incorporate into that as best as possible what this committee recommends. So if you want to make sure that something is covered and only in Stagecraft 1, make sure that Stagecraft 2 does something else, then we can recommend that to the Learning Objectives Committee, and that's what they'll try to accommodate.
So I is dealing with Stagecraft 1, scenic technology. 2 is, J is dealing with Stagecraft 2, limiting it to lighting technology. So that I think we should take those two at the same time. Let me read what the ACGM says. 1330, Stagecraft 1, studying application of the methods and components of theatrical production, which may include one or more of the following: theater facilities, construction and painting, properties, lighting, costume, makeup, sound, and theatrical management. And 2, continued study and application, and then the same verbiage there. So we would be taking it away from being a generalized, how did you described it last time, Dan, as?
Well, it was, once again, we did that 5 years ago, set up so that a school could emphasize.
Or overview.
1, 2, 3, depending upon the needs of the students and the needs of the time. We weren't sure how many schools could actually do 1 and 2. 1 was going to be a general, here is the shop, don't kill yourself. 1's going to be, here is wood. That's how come they were set up generally like that. But as far as specifying it, I don't know.
Okay.
Well, if you want to be sure to include safety, and you can't be sure that every student will choose Stagecraft 2 if you make it an option, then you might want to make it into the course description in Stagecraft 1 that it must cover safety issues.
That was just 5 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, it was the same reason that acting was so general in its description, to allow each school to say, well, our acting 1 is Meisner-based, because that would fit in that general description. And that's how come those descriptions were written so generally back when we visited them that last time.
I believe the only thing we actually agreed on was that safety must be incorporated.
Safety must, yeah.
Beyond that, yeah.
So
if we want to include something and change it, then that's up to us.
If we were to change it, I have a feeling that there are some of the smaller 2-year schools, and maybe even some of the very small 4-year schools that only offer 1330 Stagecraft 1, and if we limit it to just scenic technology, and they only offer Stagecraft 1, then they're excluded from teaching anything else.
That's the thing, is that you're not excluded from teaching anything in addition to what is described. The learning outcomes is the minimum of what that student should learn, but it is not the whole sum of what they should learn.
True.
And so you are always welcome, if you only have one Stagecraft class, to make sure that you're covering scenic technology learning outcomes, and then you can add whatever you want.
So it may be just changing the description to say, which includes safety, scenery, construction, and painting, and or one or more of the following.
That would then give us that flexibility.
And then
for
2 would be cover lighting,
safety,
lighting,
and lighting,
and
electricity.
or something else.
Not and or. I would want 1 to include scenery
Right.
and whatever else you want to teach.
That's what I was saying.
2,
And
lighting,
or.
and whatever else you want, not or.
Yeah, not all.
Well, the or part of that is, I don't want to teach anything else but lighting.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That, in other words, we would be saying that Stagecraft 1 must include scenic technology.
Safety.
And Stagecraft 2 must include lighting. And if you want to bring in sound and costumes, whatever else
So it
into
would
those
be-
courses, so be it.
So it would be then, Stagecraft 1, studying application of the methods and components of theatrical production, which includes safety, scenery, construction, and painting, comma, and may include one or more of the other in that list. And then 2 would be the same thing, which includes safety, stage lighting, and may include the rest of that list. Is that what I'm hearing?
Since this proposal seems to have come out of my university, I'm definitely on board with that.
Okay.
Move it. Can we,
So moved.
can we say that again?
Yes.
So I can type it out? Okay, here we
Yes.
go.
Okay, so I'm pulling this straight out of the ACGM
Okay.
description. So Drama 1330, Stagecraft 1, study and application of the methods and components of theatrical production, which includes safety, comma, scenery, construction, and painting, comma, and may include one or more of the following, colon, theater facilities, properties, lighting, costume, makeup, sound, and theatrical management.
And or?
Well, we said may in there, so may include one or more.
Or is up there, it's just a.
Got it.
And then Stagecraft 2, if you copy and pasted that exact same thing and changed out scenery, construction, and painting and put lighting there, and then put scenery, construction, and painting in place of lighting.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, Stagecraft 2 is 2331. You want me to just read it?
Yes.
Continued study and do I need to read it slow?
Just go from which includes.
Okay, which includes stage lighting, or just lighting, I'm sorry, just lighting, and may include one or more of the following: theater facilities, scenery, construction, and painting, properties, costume, makeup, sound, and theatrical management.
Oh, didn't we say to put safety in that one?
Oh,
too?
yeah, safety, sorry. Definitely safety with the
Where do
lighting.
you want to put that in?
Safety, comma, lighting,
Right.
and then may include. Is that right?
So it mirrors.
So it would
Mirrors.
continue studying application of the methods and components of theatrical production, which includes safety and lighting, and may include one or more of the following.
Yes.
Okay.
Except that would be, you're in 1331.
Right. Drama
2331 is.
2331.
Okay.
Sorry.
And maybe a message to the curriculum committee that the learning outcomes for Stagecraft 1 should only relate to scenery, and the learning outcomes for Stagecraft 2 should only relate to lighting. That won't go anywhere on here. That would just be, this was the intent.
And safety.
Okay.
Now, this wording, I can't promise that the fine tuning of the wording might be different by the time the Learning Objectives Committee gets their hands on it and looks at syllabi from across the state. But we'll make it clear to them that this committee wanted wanted the first class to include the following and the second class to include the following and add safety to both. And I'm sure they'll make that happen.
All right, good. So did we have a motion for that?
So moved.
Second? All right. Any other discussion? If you're voting in favor, then you're voting to make Stagecraft 1 safety, scenic technology, and/or may others, and Stagecraft 2 being safety, lighting, and/or may others. So all in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? All right, getting somewhere. So that passes.
That was, for those in the booth, that was 17 in favor and 0 opposed.
All right, good. K. We're going to skip K because it is accept the field of study as described above. So we've already dealt with that. L, remove script analysis, the new script analysis class from the field of study. I feel since we approved it in the one above that we don't need to discuss L. Correct? Okay. M, allowed practicum 1 to be taken 4 times.
That's really tricky for the record keeping on a field of study.
That
I mean,
is.
that would give the registrars a real headache to have the same course in a field of study offered multiple times. I think the way you have it, where you could have it 1, 2, 3, and 4, give it a different number, give it a different credit hour, then that makes it a whole lot easier than to repeat a course.
And according to my wife, the Director of Financial Aid, it's only going to get paid for twice. Third time, Feds ain't gonna
That
pay.
too. Thank you. That too.
Okay, so a few of you all had said yes. Is there anyone that wants to speak to
Not
that?
to speak for it, but didn't we also, in changing the way, the wording on the practicum and the collaborative performing, make it so that a school where this is possible could?
Any
do that?
combination of the 4?
Yeah.
I guess technically-
I mean, we changed it to be 4 credits from the set of courses here, so
Technically, I guess that
we've
would
already
be,
said yes to this.
If the school does, who can make it happen?
would that be correct?
I would think so,
Okay.
if you all agree.
Okay, so we're good to keep moving on past M? N, move script analysis into the list of options. I think we pretty well said we wanted it, that every theater student takes script analysis, so we don't need to discuss N. O, move academic co-op into the list of options. I think we've kind of taken care of that. Are we good to keep going? O, beautiful. P, require 12 SCH of production courses, Stagecraft 1 and Practicum 1, 2, and 3. I think tracks kind of get us into that. So we're good to P, keep going, all right. P, Q, remove acting 3, we already talked about that. We have removed it from the field of study from a previous vote today, all right. R, all right, here we go. Remove History of Theater 1, Drama 2361, and History of Theater 2, Drama 2362 from the field of study. And let me just add into this that not every institution has to teach everything that's in the ACGM, correct? Okay, so I'll just throw that little nutshell out there for you. Discussion on this.
We have always taught the intro courses at the first and second year and the more advanced history, full history courses at the third and fourth year. And it's just a sequential progression in terms of the whole theatrical, history, lit thing, and then along with script analysis at the lower levels and so on. So it's a progressive sequence.
Yeah, I think the solution that we did for Acting 3 could work for theater histories. Don't say anything about the ACGM, just talk about within the field of study and it's transferring to universities. So then a student, it can still be continued to be taught and transfer to the universities that it goes to, but not necessarily something that transfers to every university.
Melissa?
If we're not requiring intro to theater, which is the only other place for any theater history, it looks like, why would we get rid of theater history also? At least theater history 1, I just don't. I'm not quite, I don't quite understand the rationale. I
Because
barely hear
virtually every
you.
university
I'm
teaches
sorry,
it.
I'm addressing him right now. Mr. Gopp, I didn't hear what your rationale was when you were talking about intro classes in the beginning.
We teach intro to theater, and we
Okay.
teach it only for majors.
Okay.
And it is an intro into, maybe the word sounds old-fashioned to certain people, but it is, in the way we teach it, an introduction to the business, into the history, it is introductory. So it has a lot of components in it that is, in a way, kind of a catch-up in some ways for some students, but also a way in terms of how we perceive theater in the world. Okay, so it's not appreciation. We have a separate theater and film appreciation course for non-majors, but it's just unique to, I guess, us. I don't know if anybody does that anymore, but.
Well, my question is just, then if it looks like that's intro to theater, which we're considering an option here, and it looks like it's going to probably only be an option for the generalist. There's no place for theater history then anywhere in their first 2 years?
Karen?
Well, I think what we said is that the intro to theater class, since it's considered core, they would pick that up as their core creative arts class is where it would fall into. My experience has been that theater history is an upper level class due to the requirement of research, writing, everything that goes into it. It was upper level 1,000 years ago when I was in college. It waited until it was my junior year until it was available. And I believe that the rigor that's required for a theater history class needs to happen after a student is scaffolded through those first 2 years of college and understand what's required. Because I know kids who turn around and take it and they're like, Ms. King, do you realize how much I said, yeah, I told you how much writing and research you were going to have to do. And it's called, it's very, that's where it should be at, in my opinion.
If I remember right, at UT Austin, it's a lower level, but then you have more specified history courses above it, correct, Andrew?
That's correct. And I think this just gets to one of the reasons that the field of study is just such a tricky thing in general, is because for us, this actually really suits us, as at UT Austin. But our first 2 classes that we take in our first year don't suit the field of study at all and aren't included in any kind of way. And so it's just it raises one of the issues. This actually does go with UT Austin. It's a lower division class and is appropriate, I think, but a great majority of the rest of it is not.
So is there a harm, since we are having tracks now, is there a harm at keeping it in the field of study?
General?
And it would be one of the menu options for generalist. Is there a reason why that would not be a good idea, James?
I'm not going to speak against that idea, but I did want to respond, I think, to Karen's point and to agree with Melissa's point. I mean, in my program, we get a lot of transfer students that come from a variety of backgrounds, and they all struggle with the writing that has to happen the moment they get into our classrooms. I think that they need to be doing writing somewhere in those first 2 years, even if it's difficult. And so your comment to me is an argument for including them, not for keeping them out of the field of study. I just wanted to make that.
That's kind of my whole argument too, is that, we're requiring these students to take history where they're going to be, world history, Texas history, United States history, where they have to read and write. I don't know why we wouldn't expect our theater students to do the same thing. We do in theater history. We teach theater history 1, and it's pretty writing intensive, and we fill it, we only teach it in the fall, but we fill it every year, so. And it is very writing intensive, but I think you're right. I think they need that.
We also, I mean, we've had just this past year, students transfer in that have had theater history, and we're not requiring them to retake it at the upper level, but they do have to then fulfill those upper level hours in a different way, so.
I certainly agree with Karen that theater history has traditionally been an upper division course. And we would almost certainly require a student to take our theater history course at the upper division, even if they have had it at the lower division. So what we would be doing to that student, in effect, would be limiting their options of limiting their availability to take courses in acting or design or whatever. They'd be obviously taking fewer of those courses if they were also to be taking theater history at the lower division. I've had students in my theater history classes who have taken lower division theater history classes, and I don't remember where they were from. And I'm sure that there are some lower division theater history courses that, were we to know the details, we would accept. But certainly those students have not fared well in my upper division courses. And I would argue very, very, very strongly against including theater history as part of the field of study.
I know that for the four-year colleges, you know, you want to make sure, to your point, Allison, that you actually teach acting to those transfer students that are coming in. I don't see the harm in allowing history as an option for some of these students to practice some of their writing, to practice some of their research, so that way you don't take everything away from us, but, you know, leave us with some history options for our students.
That's, again, to the point of advising them, too. If I know a student's going to transfer to Stephen F. Austin and you really want them to take your history classes, well, I might steer them away from it. You know, that's within that. But getting rid of it altogether is really limiting those of us who have a pretty successful program in that area.
Peter?
Just a point of clarification. Again, it's only for those people who are field of study complete. And the reason I ask this is because so many of us are split between upper division, lower division history, which again was something that was covered 5 years ago for this very same argument. If the idea is field of study complete, that means that those students who are, and I hate to even assume that any student would ever do this because we all know that's impossible, take the lower division history and then try to transfer it in at the upper division level. You know what I mean? Like some people say, okay, well, I'm not going to take that, I'm going to take it online. You have to take it because it's a 2000 level. I mean, is it going to lead to that kind of thing, or is it still protected within the field of study? We will only accept your histories 1 and 2 if they are in the completed field of study from this institution. Does that make sense? A lot of students will take a lower division class if it satisfies the upper division hour, if we include it in this field of study. That's what I'm saying. Does that make any sense? Or I sometimes wonder if I mean, if you have to be field of study complete, which is what I understand, then this is not an issue. A lot of people would take that loophole. Well, yeah, they would say, okay, well, I might as well go take it over here because it's not to say that it's any less more available or anything. I don't know how my students think.
Here's a wild card idea I'll just throw out there. You can draw from courses that, of course, aren't in drama for the field of study. If you didn't want to include history of theater, you could require for the arts component of the core that students either take world literature or British literature. And that way they would get at least some Shakespeare, at least some Sophocles. That's going to assume that British literature is going to be teaching at least some drama history.
So The action item is to remove Theater History 1 and 2 from the field of study. All right. Is there a second? Did you say second? Yep, okay. Any other further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Favor of removing, I'm sorry. Yes, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Against, raise your hand. I have 9 against.
Okay, so for those watching, it's was 7 in favor and 9 opposed to removing History 1 and 2.
Okay. So my assumption is when we talk about tracks here in a minute, that generalist will probably live in that, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Item S, remove Intro to Cinema, Drama 2366 from the field of study. Any discussion here? Yes?
I like options, and, keeping Introduction to Cinema provides another option for students at the lower level.
Okay. And my guess is it would probably be in the generalist option track.
Well, it's in the core, too.
Right.
Yeah, it's in the core.
It's in
under the-
050.
Okay, cool. Yes, Shannon?
This may be really obtuse, but if we're seeking to focus on a theater field of study, I'm curious as to how Introduction to Cinema factors into that. I get that they share similar things, but it's just a question that I have regarding that.
Deborah?
I hold both degrees in film as well as theater. And when I started in theater. When I went to film school, they were like, oh, you're that theater person. And then when I went back after, it was like, oh, you're that film person. And just the way you approach it and read images is a completely different thing. While both are valid, I think in this instance, I think we need to deal with the live aspect and the interaction between what happens on stage and the audience and all of those wonderful live elements of theater.
Especially since we have so few classes that are going to be put into this that are theater related.
Okay. Karen?
Well, I just want to say that I too both have experience in both theater and film, and I will tell you that when I worked in the film industry, having a theater background and knowing something about film was very valuable in my gaining, and that this is a way for the students to be able to pick up. And again, it can be included in the core. They can take that as their core. But it's a way for them to see how theater and film are very interrelated, even though the showing of the medium is different, but they are extremely related. And I just think, like you said, it gives them another option, and it can remain in the generalist for them to have it there.
I could say I don't disagree with you. We offer theater and film pre, and we offer a film studies course, but those are electives for us. They're outside of the major focus. So it's not that we don't support that idea, it's just that given how few courses we got here that are going to prep students to get into our four-year programs, I just kind of wish we had a little bit more theater-focused prep coming into it. That's all. That's all.
Dan and then Karen.
Well, the other thing to remember about this class, it's also cross-listed with the comm class. And so we can't mess with the description very much without having to play nice with the comm people, because it's supposed to be the same class, I think.
Okay, Karen.
Now, I was just going to remind that we are very limited in what we have in ACGM, because I would love to see an introduction to playwriting class put in there, but we're limited in what's in there. So it just gives another opportunity for us to be able to teach it. But yes, I would recommend it as one of their electives, not maybe necessarily part of the field of study.
Did you want to, I'm sorry.
Well, since it is in the core, students who are interested in that can take it as in that category. And so we're not removing it from the ACGM, we're not getting rid of it, but just from the field of study.
Is it possible that there might be a place for Introduction to Cinema in the generalist track when we get to that? Or do we want to say now that it's removed from any future field of study, including the generalist track?
Deborah?
I move that we remove 2366 from all consideration for field of study.
Any other discussion? Melissa?
I don't know, I'm a little bit confused as to why we would remove it from all of them, even the general. If there is some value in it, I see that I voted to remove it before, and I think that must have been a mistake, but we don't currently offer it, but I can see the value in the course and especially in a generalist track. That's what I'm not quite sure why we would want to remove it completely, because I feel like if we start offering field of study, we keep saying we're going to, keep these classes as, alternatives to kids that are not in the field of study, but I feel like that's not very realistic. Like most of our students will be geared towards that field of study.
But can we not then, as we design the degree plan at your individual schools, give them an either or for the intro to theater, intro to cinema, and guide them in that way? That's not part of the field of studies, for the cores.
Just to say what's happening at my school, my vice president of academic affairs is trying to get us all department chairs to list out every single class a kid takes, including what's in the core for them, which I'm fighting because everybody wants to put art appreciation in. But intro to cinema, you might have that option as pathways become something important.
All right, so, Andrew.
May I just ask, and I'm sorry if I'm behind and wasting people's time, but so if we were to accept it, it has to count for something, right, in the lower division field of study, right? And so what class does that cover at the 4-year degree program? Like what would that, so script analysis has a corollary, history, Theater History 1 would have its parallel. What does Intro to Cinema cover at the 4-year institutions? Is there something that would easily say, oh, this is where we would apply that 3 credits? I'm just curious.
Well, it could count towards the core,
Okay.
presumably.
Okay.
Well, first of all, we keep talking about applying to the core. Isn't the core, as long as it's 42 hours, isn't that institution specific? Because we don't have film in our core, right? But my other point is, and I have to agree with Andrew, if the more courses that we have available here that are on kind of the periphery of that drama focus, then the more possibility there is that the students will take those peripheral courses that have to count if they are field of study specific, complete, have to count towards something within that degree. And I think that what we're doing in a sense is kind of watering down their lower division path, if you will, with these courses.
Peter?
I think as far as core goes, and at least in what we do in our university, it's part of the arts requirement in the general academics core. I think if that's some of the confusion, even though I agree with the rest of it, I just think that's maybe what we said by core. I don't know if that's part of everybody's, because you have art appreciation, music, et cetera. Cinema was just introduced into the core curriculum under general academics. So,
Okay. Allison?
Just to answer Andrew's question, it wouldn't connect to anything in our program. Not a thing.
So we have a motion and a second. This is a vote to remove Introduction to Cinema Drama 2366 from the drama field of study. If you vote yes, you're in favor of removing. If you vote no, you're in favor of keeping it. So all in favor, raise your hand. At 10. Opposed? So I got a 10-4 in favor of removing it. So we have removed it from the drama field of study. Okay. T, specify that the drama field of study does not apply to film programs with the SIP code 50.06. Conversation about this. Basically, we're saying we're saying that we wanted this to count for drama, but not to film degrees, is how I'm
I think
interpreting
it's
this.
pretty much been hashed out that we're doing the film degrees as if they were a BFA,
Yes,
so it's not really.
so we don't need to discuss this? All right, good. You require intro to theater in the field of study. Yeah, Karen, I'm sorry.
I'd like to recommend that while we look at this topic, we also look at Z. They kind of seem interrelated to me.
YZ. Change it to theater appreciation. Okay.
In the ACGM, it's called that?
Discussion on this? Yes, Deborah.
I don't think we should require it if it's, and I know there's the consideration of changing it to theater appreciation. In whichever case, I don't think it should be required. I would like to see it stay there, though, because I think for the generalists or the teacher cert folks, this kind of outlines what they will eventually be doing, you know, when they step foot into the classroom. So it's kind of giving them, or I would hope giving them the scope that they would eventually be passing along.
Okay, Melissa?
It's also a course for those students who could not study theater in high school for some reason and really come to us with very little background in theater and still want to study theater. They need to start somewhere, and this way it can still count. I mean, you know, if they, especially if we get them in that first semester into this course.
It is serve as a leveling course, which for some of us and our clientele is very important, I think. Just want to.
Dan?
Since it's in the core and it's not the intro class for majors, because that doesn't exist, I don't think we should require it, but I don't mind it being an option.
Okay. Peter?
And by that same token, is since there wasn't much in the introduction to cinema that applies to the general studies in any of the tracks, is there anything in introduction to theater that does not apply to everything that we teach? Is it not just a good sounding board for all these tracks and things?
Well, Andrew, do you want to address that? Because it looks like UT Arlington is the only school that requires it for the degree program, right? Is that right? Is it required for theater majors?
It's required for all theater majors. Yes, it's one of the introductory courses. And it's a prereq for a lot of courses.
You have a theater appreciation class that's your gen.
We have a theater and film appreciation course.
Yeah,
That's for anybody who wants to take it. It's part of the university core. And this course also is part of the university core, though usually only majors take it.
Intensive in all areas because it is for non-majors, I suppose, is what the clarification is?
The focus is primarily on majors.
Right. I mean, is that what we're discussing here? The reason we don't want to have it required is that it's not intensive enough in the field of study? Is that because it's for yeah, we don't want it required because it's not as intensive, it's not intensive enough?
I think rather than say because it's for non-majors, think because it's a survey course would be a better language
Just
to
clarifying.
use. Maybe.
I think, for me, at least in the 2-year, like when you teach it, it's mostly majors with maybe a handful of interested parties. For us, it's mostly disinterested parties with a handful of majors.
That's why we throw them into theater and film a pre.
Right.
Yeah. Because ours is not what you probably have in your mind in terms of the typical intro to theater course. It's much more layered and participatory, and in the teamwork that's done in the class and that kind of thing.
So I guess another way of looking at this is, do we want it removed from all drama field of study, or keep it retained in the generalist? Would there be a harm to keeping it in the generalist? Yes, Melissa?
Discussing requiring it?
Requiring intro to theater in the field of study, yes. I'm sorry. Move it up into the top tier that every theater student takes, so it would become 12 and then 6 in a track.
If we were to change it to theater appreciation, we could still require intro to theater the way we teach it, because it's not the same course or title.
Lower level.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
True.
and someone transferring in
I
would.
forget that sometimes.
Someone transferring in would have to figure. You wouldn't be able to require that then. Yes, sir.
I would certainly oppose the idea of requiring it, but I have no problem with accepting it. We have a theater appreciation course that we do not count towards the major or the minor, because it is really a general education course. That's what it exists to be. It's for people who are not really interested. But I can see a value to it at that level, but I don't think it ought to be required.
Okay.
I move that the drama 1310 not be required in the FOS, but be included in the list of available courses.
Second.
Okay. Any other further discussion? Remove intro to theater as a requirement of the field of study, but it is included in the list of menu options.
And that could vary according to tracks. We haven't gotten there yet.
Right.
And that could vary by track.
Yes.
That's why I'm asking, can we...
Yeah, Karen.
And can we add to that, since we have stated that it is a general studies course, that we add that we recommend it be changed to theater appreciation, because my institution will not change it to theater appreciation unless it says it in the ACGM.
Let's deal with...
And part of it is because we have advisors who are throwing everyone into art appreciation and music appreciation.
Be a separate...
Yeah.
That's another point further
Right.
down. So that's Z, I think.
I could
so.
accept that as a friendly motion,
A friendly amendment?
Which I do.
For which track are we voting on this?
We're not voting on any track yet.
So what are we voting on?
Right now, we have the 3 classes that are required for every theater major, being
Yes.
acting 1, stagecraft 1, and script analysis.
Yes.
The way he worded it, the yes vote would be it does not go to everybody, and a no vote would be that those 9 become 12 hours, and that every theater student takes intro.
Oh. In which track?
No,
All
that's
of
not what you
them?
said?
In all of them? So we're
right, hold
voting
up.
to make it a 26-hour?
Okay, let me restate my motion. I'm splitting them in two.
Okay.
So my motion is that Intro to Theater, Drama 1310, not be required in the, what are those 3 courses called?
That's exactly what I just said.
But it,
Yeah. But it is in the menu.
it's in the menu.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what I
didn't
said.
understand that.
Yeah,
what you
that's fine.
said.
That's fine. Yeah, we're on the same page. All right.
And we're not including that.
Okay,
You also just said this could change per track.
So it's available by track when we talk about the tracks, rather than Acting 3, which is not available to any track, no matter how we talk about tracks.
yes. Okay, so, and I think we split the appreciation conversation out. Okay, so a yes vote. Can I change the amendment to change your wording? Because
No.
on our, all right, fine, read it to us, Allison.
Okay, Andrew, okay, a yes vote to not require
That's confusing, but
1310
yes.
is what we're voting on.
A yes vote does not require 1310 as prescribed to every theater student that this field of study falls under. All right, good. Any other discussion? Great. All in favor, say aye, or raise your hand, I'm sorry. I want to count. Yeah. 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 15, 16. Oh, her hand's up, 17. All right, opposed? 0. All right, so not required, but still part of the FOS, yes. Yes, okay. TUV, move Stagecraft 1 to the list of options. I think we've dealt with that. W, create a new ACGM class in general stage production and add it to the field of study. I think we've kind of dealt with that already in how we reworded, right? TUVWX, reduce the practicum co-op requirement from 4 to 3. I think we've kind of dealt with that more or less, yes? All right, I'm not seeing anybody wanting to talk about that. XY, change the field of study to match the UT Austin lower division curriculum and create new ACGM courses as necessary. And we all stare at the proxy. Do you have a comment on that, Andrew?
I guess, no. I mean, my comment is, I think it's fairly clearly articulated that this is not something that faculty at UT Austin think is a good idea.
Okay.
And so I think that's where that comes from, is that we're worried not, our transfer students are such an important part. I'm very actively involved in recruiting them. And I just, I just feel like this restricts our options in terms of doing what Kevin was talking about earlier, which is to sort of work with each individual student, which I try to do. And so I do feel that that the field of study just kind of limits us. So I just don't think that the faculty are in agreement with the general thing. But I don't think that
Sure.
I expect you all to
That's
do that.
noted.
Thanks.
All right, so we'll go on past Y. Z, recommend the name of Intro to Theater be changed to Theater Appreciation. Comments that we haven't already heard on this, because we've heard several on it already. So yes, Mr.
Yeah, I'm opposed to it for the reasons I said in the comments online, that I think that calling it theater appreciation devalues what we do. I understand that there's other places, other disciplines that embrace this language, but there's also, there's not a chemistry appreciation course, and there's not a physics appreciation course. And I think that it's worth, taking a stand on the fact that what we do is more valuable and more essential. Though I do hear your concerns, Karen, and the reality of the situation about what's happening. So I just wanted to voice my opposition to the language, but.
Okay. Russ?
100% get what you're talking about, but we are talking about a survey course. There's no survey course in chemistry or anything, you know what I mean? I don't
Well,
know.
but there are chemistry courses that are for non-chemistry majors and chemistry 1 courses that are for majors. So that's kind of, like for me, I would want to see, in an ideal world, a theater appreciation and an intro to theater. One is for the survey, and one is the underlying, the analysis, you know, if your high school did you a disservice or couldn't serve that, then
I would argue for calling it theater survey as opposed to theater appreciation, because frankly, I don't care if my students appreciate theater. Like, you know, they can dislike everything I put in front of them, but I want them to know how to read it, to perform in it. I want them to know how to analyze it, how to think about it. None of that has to do with appreciating it. That's...
Okay. Dan?
Well, I'm afraid I have to go at it from a straight marketing standpoint. Because as you all know, I would like to change it to an introduction to theater, just so it's up above art in the damn alphabet. Because I know what all the counselors do. They go to art and they stop, because I can watch art fill up, then music fill up, and then theater fills up.
Well, and then dance for us.
So I think a theater appreciation just gives us a better marketing. Because I hear all the time, oh, I don't want to take intro to theater. You have to act in it. And I don't have them act in intro to theater. Now, if I had a majors class, I might. But that doesn't exist in the ACGM.
Actually, we're not allowed, since it's part of the university core, they're not allowed to do anything like
I
acting.
understand
It's a
that, too.
lecture survey course, the way it has to be taught.
Can this body make a recommendation that the ACGM course people revisit this conversation for?
Sure. I mean, they'll have to call a Learning Objectives Committee anyway to create the script analysis course and the academic cooperative course. They can certainly consider this recommendation.
So I think the recommendation would be that they reconsider the name of it, and then we don't give them a recommended name. Because I think we would argue for the remaining 35 minutes of what that name would be. And I think we just let them deal with it and deal with the outcomes at the same time.
They'll have to anyway, because we
Yes.
can't do it.
So are we okay with that? So
I move that we recommend that whatever that committee is,
Take care of it.
take care of the name and outcomes of this course.
name and outcome.
Andrew, are you okay with that? I mean, we're going to vote anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
Doesn't really matter.
Sorry. So there's a motion and a second to, any other discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. We're recommending that the ACGM Core Committee look at the title and the outcomes of this course. And that is unanimous. Okay, great.
For that committee, I'm not sure when it will meet or how, but we encourage some members of this committee to overlap with the Learning Objectives Committee so that you have some background of what this conversation was leading up to that. So if any of you are interested in serving on this Learning Objectives Committee, send me an email after the meeting and I'll keep in touch with you about how that works. The call for nominations will go out to all the CAOs and presidents and CIOs, et cetera. So you would need to let your provost or CIO know that you're interested in serving on that Learning Objectives Committee when it comes up. But I can give you a heads up before those nominations go out.
Great.
So if you have strong opinions about it, James Ball, you might want to consider representing or sending word to that committee of how you feel about it.
AA, moving on, is a vote to reconvene. All right, so vote to disband, is that a... so some things we need to deal with. So the next thing I think would be the spelling out what is in the 4 tracks. We'll do these one at a time. So I asked Kevin to come up with some points to start with. So for generalist.
Hold on, let's do generalist last.
Generalist last. All right, design tech.
Design tech. Going through those menu of classes, there are 4 that seem to be design tech, and they are stage makeup, 1341, 1342, intro to costumes, 2331, Stagecraft 2, and the 2000 level Intro to Design.
Take 3 of the 4, yes, yeah.
Right.
That would be the.
And so the design tech track would look like Acting 1, Stagecraft 1, Script Analysis, 4 hours of practicum, and 9 hours
From that menu.
From that menu of 4 classes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Yeah, Bill?
That then means that all of the other possibilities are removed from that track.
That's
Yes.
true.
Yes. All right. All in favor of that? Do I need to read that back? Are we good? So the theatrical design and technology portion of the field of study would be 3 of these 4 classes: makeup, intro to costume, Stagecraft 2, and the new intro to design course. Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. It looks unanimous. All opposed? Okay. You want to do performance?
Performance directing, yep. Looking through that menu, I saw 4 classes that were primarily performance and directing focused. And those are 1322, Stage Movement, 1341, Stage Makeup, 1352, Acting 2, and 2366, Voice for the Theater. 36. Right, 66 is cinema, 36.
So moved.
There a second? Any discussion? All right, do I need to read that back? So the theatrical performance track, I'm saying that right, James, isn't that right?
Yes, thank
you. Is selected from 3 of the 4 being stage movement, makeup, acting 2, and or voice for the theater. So 3 of those 4. All in favor? All opposed? All right, so that is unanimous pass. Generalist?
So generalist, I saw 2 options. One was to just use what we already have here and have that full menu open.
Minus Acting 3 and...
Minus Acting 3 and Stagecraft 1 and Introduction to Cinema.
Which we've removed. Yep.
And then the other option that I looked at was, so pick 3 additional hours from the design tech menu, pick 3 hours from the performance directing menu, and then pick 3 hours from, and I didn't know what to do with that.
Anything else?
Do the histories go in there? Is that the full ACGM drama classes? Or do we list 3 of?
Point of clarification. Is the generalist track the same as the teacher certification track?
I would imagine.
It's pretty close, would be my guess.
Does anyone here who supervises teaching certification students or advises them, do you know what the certification standards are for that, or what is on the certification exam?
Everything.
For drama?
Everything.
Yeah, it covers everything.
Yeah, they don't have a specialization exam.
In our particular area, most of the courses in the undergraduate level are mostly into the design area. You know, again, generalist, but yeah, as far as education courses, again, that goes in the education department.
Yeah, Dan?
Looking at how everything's laying out, not to lead anything else, but it looks like makeup should be a required class of all theater students. Because if they go into the teacher ed track, to know something about makeup,
And it sort of appears.
and if they're doing generalist, looks like makeup sort of fits across everybody too. It does, but, I mean, it looks like
I
that's
think it's
what.
going to be in there anyway, yeah.
But I'm fine with not changing it. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to add anything.
Yes, Richard.
I would argue against having makeup required of everyone, but leave it on the, leave it as an option for both acting and general, and, yeah, leave it as an option.
I will gladly
But
forget everything I said.
whatever. I would argue that the generalist and teacher cert are probably slightly different in that teacher cert is going to require a breadth of technical theater knowledge that generalist would not. But if they end up the same, they end up the same.
Well, someone made the good point earlier that teachers might want to take Introduction to Theater not so much because they need it, but because it's a model for a course that they themselves will be teaching at the high school level. It's possible to add a separate track for teaching certification and require Introduction to Theater if you so choose.
Okay. Melissa, Allison, and we'll circle back around this way.
I really oppose the idea of having those choices from 3 hours in design, 3 hours in performance, and 3 hours from everything, because it would, to me, it seems like it would make it impossible to ever offer those other courses. If theater history only fits into the pick one out of all these topics for these, pick only one, theater history is never going to make. That's the problem. We'll never be able to teach it. If it's one, if you pick 3 of these, then we can probably still offer it once a year. It's fine, but otherwise it's going to make a lot of these courses hard to get a whole class that way.
Okay. Allison?
I just thought I would add, since we have a very large percentage of our students that are teacher certification, their coursework freshman and sophomore year doesn't change from being teacher certification, or like a general degree would be fine. Up until their junior year is when they would switch over into declaring. Now, they will usually enter our program with the mindset of, I want to be a teacher, or I want to be a professional artist, or whatever. But once they make that decision to be teacher cert, they typically go in one of 2 tracks, acting, directing, or design tech. So I just thought I would throw that out there.
Okay. Circling back, and we'll hit you in a minute, Andrew. Is anyone over here? Yes, Andrew. Andrew?
When we say generalists, generally we're talking about everyone who doesn't have a focus, a degree, we don't have a degree focus in that area. But for instance, we don't have a stage management focus, but our stage managers are taking the generalist BA usually. Sometimes they may take the design tech BFA, but probably not. And there are others who have focus areas, dramaturgy or something else that we don't offer the BFA in. And so generalist really sometimes is specialist who doesn't have a degree track. So that's why I think it gets kind of dicey about which are the things we definitely want people to have at that lower level. But generally, I think if you pick something, if you have an intro to design course, everybody probably needs to have that. Mm-hmm. They need to probably all have, what else?
Script analysis.
Probably script, well, it's all part of that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's already
Right.
script out, stagecraft, maybe stagecraft 2.
You talking about for teachers?
Teachers and generalists.
Okay.
And they need to know how to do the makeup. They need to know costuming. I mean, it's all,
Well, that's, kind of the point of the...
the generalists need to know everything.
Yeah.
And the teachers need to know everything.
All right. James?
Yeah, I wanted to say, just to clarify, we don't need to have a teacher certification track, right? Because from the beginning, I think that was a question, whether it was 3 or 4 tracks.
A little while ago, we said 4, but...
Yeah, you don't have to.
Right.
I personally think it'd be a good idea, but it's the committee's decision.
Why do you think it would be a good idea?
Because if you don't make it, somebody will make it for you.
Who's talking about the
The
teacher
Multidisciplinary
certification
Studies
thing?
Committee,
Professional
which,
education.
Coming
which
together, yeah.
sets up the fields of study for the various tracks in teacher certification. They may choose not to set one up for drama, but then again, they may. And if this committee can either make one in advance, or you can provide them some direction if you want.
Yeah, I'd just like to go back to the idea of the generalists and maybe respond to Melissa's comments earlier. I'm thinking that what I'm hearing you say, and if this is what I'm hearing you say, I'm endorsing what you're saying, that what we might want to do in the generalist degree is to say, choose one from this list that is in the acting track, choose one from this list that is in the design tech track, and choose one from this list that aren't in those tracks. So it would be an introductory course or theater history or something like that. Is that?
No,
that's not what.
That's what she fought against.
All right. All right. I'm sorry. I apologize for misinterpreting.
I don't think there's one single class left on here that I would go like, oh, you will never need that as a teacher. Or as a generalist.
Andrew?
I just wanted to go back to Melissa's comment. I know for our incoming performers in the BA, the History of Theater 1 and 2 would be two of the courses that would be most helpful for them to actually have at our particular institution, because it frees them up to take upper level acting classes, frankly. And so I know that we've already disagreed on the place of theater history in the two-year colleges, but I just know that that would be very helpful. So I look at movement, makeup, acting 2, and voice, and you know, for my students, I think they'd actually have more freedom if they did those history courses.
Mm-hmm. And I'm betting if the Austin community colleges were represented here, they would be agreeing with you.
Deborah?
I was just going to go to the point of, do we need a teacher cert track or not, or can we name the third track generalist slash teacher certification, if they're going to end up the same, but include both titles so that way teacher cert's already taken care of, but then we still have the generalists, which is going to be more common for those other folks when we can say, here you go, to slip into those other kind of programs.
Peter?
And again, without a consistent how to teach theater course, I agree with you. Since there's not a teaching theater in the high school or teaching in theater and education, then I don't see any.
I know at our school that specific course is a 4,000 level.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, the options are. I mean, we need to form in the form of a motion, which would be a yes or no. Do we want to have the remaining, the generalist / teacher certification track be just 9 hours from the rest of the ACGM courses without, what did we take out? Acting 3?
Yeah, so it would include.
Stagecraft 1. We took Stagecraft 1 out already.
Yeah.
So.
Introduction to theater, stage movement, makeup, introduction to costume, acting 2, stagecraft 2. Y'all really trying to write this down? Voice for the theater, history of the theater 1, history of the theater 2, or introduction to design.
So can I have a motion?
I'll move that.
All right, good.
So that's the full list.
Full list
Yes.
of what's left, because we took Stagecraft 1, we moved it up. Acting 3 and Intro to Cinema we took out.
And again, this is for general and
Teacher
education.
cert.
Teacher cert, right.
So I have a motion
Yes.
and a second. Did someone second?
Second.
Okay, great. Yes.
In Teacher Cert, there are specific courses that have to be taken in Teacher Cert, and I'm not sure exactly what those are. And if they take some courses and don't take the others that are lower level, they'll never be able. How will they ever be able to go back and take those lower levels that are required as part of that certification?
Okay, I'm pretty sure that Teacher Cert doesn't specify what you have to take in theater. I mean, I'm in charge of our degree at ASU, and
But
there's nothing from the state that says this is what a Teacher Cert degree in theater has to have.
If you're transferring into a university, it has
Right.
those requirements of what's required for that degree plan that has been approved. and it includes lower level
I
courses.
see what you're saying.
Then how
Okay.
do you get it certified?
See what you're saying? Melissa?
But isn't, ooh, sorry.
My only concern is that calling it teacher certification sounds like we're certifying you to be a teacher, or you're going to get that education from us. We really don't have anything to do with that at the two-year colleges. We don't train, I mean, we give them a general theater knowledge that they then go on to train as teachers at a university. They don't train to be teachers with us.
Pre-teacher certification. Would that
That's
be a
the thing,
better-
like, I don't know, it just sounds very misleading to the students.
Bill?
As I understand what Alan is saying, that if we don't have one and the committee decides, some other committee decides to create one, they could create one that could be 35 hours or 12 hours. They don't have to be held by the 22 hours that we've decided, correct?
Right, but the question is if they are drama majors. If they're declared drama majors, then the drama field of study would be what they would have to follow if they want to have a field of study.
You said that there will be, somebody will decide it for us. Who is that somebody?
Be the Multidisciplinary Studies Field of Study Advisory Committee.
So Kevin just pointed out that the certification is not part of the degree. The certification comes after the degree.
Certification, yeah, I mean, students who get an education, you're admitted into an education program as a junior.
Instead of calling it teacher certification, maybe we should call it teacher, theater, teacher.
Theater education?
Theater
We're all to
studies.
education, but.
Yeah, I know, that's the thing.
We're all
Do we even
studying.
need to, though? Do we need to call it anything besides, which I think was the general question, is do we need four or, and that's the kind of going back and forth.
That's why I don't understand the multi-study, whatever that is. I don't, multidisciplinary studies, I don't understand what they would prescribe to us. What does that degree include? Education courses? Well, how does that apply to us?
Because they're apply to us, if they decide drama is going to be one of the, drama falls under multidisciplinary right now.
But we don't offer teacher certification.
Free, like.
But that's why I just don't understand quite how that applies. I mean, I'm missing something.
All right, so let's do this. Let's vote on a generalist, and then we'll continue this discussion on the teacher thing. So is that cool? Who
Yes.
made that motion? Can we amend that? Great. Is there a second to the amendment? So let's vote on the amendment that we are just talking about the generalist track at this specific moment. So we can at least get that in there, right? So that's the amendment,
All right, the amendment is,
that we are just talking about generalist.
okay.
Will you say what that is again? Just, it's that plus this plus that.
Yes. Top three that we've acquired,
Awesome.
everything left, plus the 4 hours.
Yes.
So that we're voting on the, yes,
I'm just concerned that the generalist, as we're currently looking at it, could include no more practical theater courses at all.
right,
In other
that's
words,
not,
hypothetically, a student could take Intro to Theater and 2 theater histories and not have more than 2 courses at the lower division that are actually about the making of theater.
Yeah, they'll have 7, the minimum is 7 hours.
Or not have taken theater history at all?
okay. So we're voting on the amendment to change the motion to just the generalist track.
Not very,
Okay? So all in favor of that, raise your hand.
Could you restate, please?
We're voting on the amendment to his motion. His motion originally was that the remaining 9 hours in the track for generalist or teacher certification. And we're taking teacher certification out of this conversation.
yeah, all we're voting is that.
As part of this next vote, right? That's what we're voting on, the amendment to that, so all in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? All right, so that's unanimous. So now we have, the motion is for the generalist degree, the 9 option hours would come from the courses that Kevin listed.
Let's repeat here again, please.
Intro to theater, stage movement, makeup, intro to costume, acting 2, stagecraft 2, voice for the theater, history of theater 1 or 2, intro to design. So that's the motion, and it has been seconded. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor? All opposed? So 2 opposed, so 15 in favor, 2 opposed. So the generalist track then is what we just said. So then, the teacher certification question.
Have we voted on the design track and the acting track yet?
Yes.
We did, okay.
Yeah.
That's already,
Okay, so the teacher certification question, do we feel we need a 4th track to cover that?
Can we vote on that alone?
That's what we're talking about, yeah.
Okay, now how this works is there are several different Associate of Arts in Teaching degrees, okay, that can be taken in the state. One is at the level of EC through 6. The second is level 4 through 8, EC 12, or special education. The third is this complicated one of kind of grab bag of everything else, 6 through 12, 7 through 12, 8 through 12, EC through 12 other than special education. So in other words, a track for generalists who teach from as early childhood, preschool, all the way up through 12th grade. Now, of those people, there are certain certification areas that are valid for EC through 12. EC stands for early childhood education. Okay, those are music, physical education, art, health, theater arts, technology applications, languages other than English, and other non-specialized education fields. So if you want to be certified to teach PE, for example, okay, you are certified to teach PE from kindergarten all the way through high school. Other fields like biology, mathematics, life sciences, history, speech, journalism, those are specific to individual grades, okay? But of the fields that are not specific to grade level, they're music, PE, art, health, theater arts, technology applications, language. Okay, you follow me? I know it's complicated. So how this works for that particular branch of the Associate of Arts degree, you take the 42-hour core, you take 6 semester credit hours of education courses that are required of all education students, and then you have 12 semester credit hours in the content area. So a teaching certification person would need to have 12 hours of drama courses. Now, the Multidisciplinary Studies Committee can select those as part of what they do when they're dividing these up, or you could make a recommendation to that committee of which 12 courses, what is that, 4 courses, you would recommend for the teaching certification people, keeping in mind that they'd be teaching from 1st grade all the way to 12th.
But they still have to go get a BA in a college of education to teach.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're not going to call this a field of study in drama with teacher certification.
Well, it's an associate degree in teaching. It's an AAT degree. For teaching, it's the one exception for field of study that the field of study is equal to the AAT degree. They're one and the same.
Are we choosing 12 hours or are 22?
You're choosing 12 for the teaching certification.
Can't be the one we just did.
Right. So, yeah, and I'm sorry, when I was talking before about could the generalist serve as the teaching certification track, that was not really a very good way to put it. That doesn't really work. There would have to be just 4 courses picked out for the teaching certification track for drama.
So the rule of field of study replacing lower level requirements, that doesn't apply to the AAT, right?
No, because this is a standalone AAT degree.
Okay.
My suggestion would be acting 1, stagecraft 1, script analysis, pick one and be done. I mean, it stinks that there's no way to squeeze a practical application into that other than what they get in the acting and stagecraft and then whatever they would get in the 3rd if they chose that way. But it seems like it's pretty dang limited.
Well, instead of making it choose one course below, make it choose 3 schedule hours, 3 hours below.
From
and throw
that
those
and
back.
include practicum and co-op?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. How's that? For the standalone AAT degree. So that would be acting 1, stagecraft 1, script analysis, 3 hours from the menu or practical/co-op. Are we good with that? Yes?
I'm really confused, even more so than usual. All right, so we take these 12 hours.
Yeah.
Are we still required, I mean, does the field of study, have they therefore completed a field of study? No.
No, this is a totally different degree.
Totally different degree, so we're not worried about field of study, and the fact that they're taking way too few lower division hours does not
Yes.
concern us.
Well, it concerns us,
Okay.
but I think there's much we can do.
Well, I mean,
if
it is
anything,
not
I think
within our
we're,
purview.
if anything, I think we're making a recommendation to that committee
Right.
of
Now,
what
if
those
a-
12 hours should be.
Yeah, if an education student went on to pursue a drama major, then I guess they would have a choice. They could either pursue the drama field of study, or they could get a standalone AAT degree in teaching.
So we're recommending to that committee when they meet up that's because this is now not part of our field of study.
Well, that's an excellent point. Right. That's a good point. It's not, since it's not our field of study, this committee
Right.
can't really tell what that field of study would be, right, for
Right.
multidisciplinary studies.
But we can
Yes.
make a recommendation
I
to
think
them.
that would be a better way to put it, that this committee would recommend to the Multidisciplinary Studies Committee that they make this the option for those students pursuing the degree. Melissa?
Do we know for sure that it is going to be just 12 hours? Because we didn't know what our field of study was going to be until we got in this room, whether it would be 15, 18, 21, 22. So,
Well, their hands are really tied because they have two education courses that are required for the AAT degree. And then they got the 42-hour core, and all that's left is those 12 semester credit hours.
okay.
Now, if you pick, you could recommend that some courses double dip into the core, like Introduction to Theater, okay? You could say we recommend these 5 courses, one of which we want to be the course selection.
Oh, I like that. Okay. Okay, so we are recommending that the courses be Acting 1, Stagecraft 1, Script Analysis, 3 additional hours from any of the field of study courses or practicum co-op, and that they take Intro to Theater as their core component.
Yes.
All right, can someone say move that?
I'd like to move it.
Second? Great. Sure.
Hold on, no, wait 1 second.
Sure.
Who's about to blow up?
That's not me.
Set it off. Oh, okay.
Required would be acting 1.
Yeah, make sure your mic's on. Required is Acting 1, Stagecraft 1, Script Analysis.
And then they choose 3 additional hours, choosing from stage movement, makeup, intro to costume, acting 2, stagecraft 2, voice for the theater, history of the theater 1, history of theater 2, introduction to design. And then
Or 3 hours from practicum or co-op.
Do you really want to make the co-op courses an option for the teacher aides?
Yeah,
They need to do something.
yeah. All right.
And then
I'm sorry, they're
our
gonna stand in front of a group of
second
people. That's all there is to it.
requirement is that we make intro to the theater a core component class.
Be their,
Be their core component.
yes,
050.
yes, Bill.
First of all, I don't think we can require them to take a certain class.
Strongly
Part of the course.
suggest.
Yeah, well, that's just it.
Sure.
The other thing is, and this is just kind of a point of order, we're dealing with something that really doesn't deal with field study, and we've got one major issue yet to deal with before
BFA.
our 2 o'clock. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, so, which is the BFA, yes. All right, so All in favor? Raise your hand. Well, of the motion.
We're just recommending to the multidisciplinary
Yes.
committee to consider this.
Yes,
That's
it's a
all we're
motion.
voting on.
Yes, a recommendation. All in favor? All opposed? All right, so that's unanimous. Great. Let's go back and revisit the BFA. And I think if anyone goes back and watches the last 8 hours or these 4 hours, you would see the difficulty that tracking a BFA into this field of study, how impossible that would be. So I would like a motion that this drama field of study, as we have described it, is for BA theater degrees only and not BFA degrees.
So moved.
Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? So 16, you abstain, all right.
Who abstained? Okay.
So that passes, so that, yes, Bill?
Now, Alan, do you have enough of a sense of the committee that you can go to the coordinating board and tell them why?
I think so. Thank you. And I can't remember if it was Kevin or Michael wrote a great letter. Kevin did to our assistant commissioner explaining he wanted to know what the difference is between the BFA and the BA degree. What are the courses that are different between the two? And you did a great job explaining the difference. That one is a professional degree, the other is more of an academic degree, et cetera, and that it's very hard to talk about the different kinds of courses. Plus, now that we have 3 tracks to this degree, I don't see how the various tracks would split up and fall into BFA degrees. I mean, that's like fitting three round pegs into one square hole, right? If you have tracks.
We need to deal with that, right?
Oh, yes. We have one other agenda item, number 4, which is, as before, to consider authorizing the co-chairs to make some changes on your behalf to approve of the minutes after I send them to you for your edits and comments, and to deal with any issues of minor changes to the wording or scheduling or things of that nature relating to the passage of this through the board approval process. Assuming that we don't come back to meet again, and we might, because this is going to go back out for another 30-day public comment period. Okay, and if the comments we get back are substantive and many, like they were this time, then we may call the committee back. But I'll be in touch with you about all that. I'm hoping the second time around, once we can tell everybody that we've thoroughly addressed their original comments, that they'll see that that this is the way this committee feels. So I don't think it will come to that, but it's a possibility that we'll come back for another meeting. But in case we don't, you could authorize the co-chairs to approve the minutes on your behalf.
Okay, so there's a motion for that, Bill? Second. All in favor? All opposed? It is 2 o'clock on that clock, so we are adjourned, is that right?
That is perfect.
All right,
Perfect.
look at that,
Excellent.
man, we squeeze it in.
Thank you all. Well, thank you all for your hard work, for your attention, for your unflagging attention through this long and difficult meeting. Very much appreciated. We really appreciate this, and thank you for your expertise as well. The many years of experience, combined experience in this room is really impressive, and I'm sure the whole state, for a whole generation now of drama students in Texas, are going to really profit from the work that you've done here today. So
Thank you, Alan, for your guidance,
oh,
too.
very much. Thank you to Allison for taking our minutes. That's not an easy job. Thank you to Michael and Kevin for running the meeting. And we'll see you all, or many of you, or some of you, again in 5 years when we revise this thing. Okay? All right. Thank you. And stay in touch. If you find problems with this as time goes by, issues with implementing it, issues with your students, keep a file on your computer and let me know, okay?